Thank you for your patience.
Thank you for your help.
Yeah, ditto.
All right, good morning and welcome to the Nancy S. Grasmick State Education Building, home of the Maryland State Department of Education. Pleased to call this May meeting of the Maryland State Board of Education to order. Thank you to the public for your patience. We had a Wi-Fi upgrade here at the state this morning and took us a little bit all to get logged on. And so we appreciate your patience as we start today's meeting. Mr. Dunklow, do we have quorum today? We got all the seats filled. This is great. All right. With that, then, please join me in our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I am honored to welcome everyone to our meeting today and just have a few opening remarks as we get started. Here in Maryland, high expectations are not just a goal, they are a promise. We will not accept anything less than excellence, not just for some, but for all of our students. Excellence in public education is not abstract. It's palpable in classrooms where students are challenged and inspired. Like the first grade classroom I had the opportunity to visit at Rock Hall Elementary School in Kent County last week with Dr. Wright, one of Maryland's thriving and striving community schools. It's present when a student first learns to read a book, perseveres in solving a challenging math problem, or discovers their passion in science, the arts, or civic engagement. And for us on the state board, it means setting and working towards rigorous standards, building out dedicated support, and ensuring that outcomes reflect real transformative learning for our 900,000 students. Our Teachers of the Year embody what excellence in public education truly looks like. And through their commitment, creativity, and high expectations for every student, they show us that excellence is a daily practice that transforms the lives of young people and strengthens our communities. We look forward to honoring them later this morning. Today, we will also see a draft of the department's updated strategic plan that will help drive improvement for all of Maryland's students. Once complete, the strategic plan will provide clear, ambitious goals and measurable benchmarks for success. But it will also reflect another truth that we hold dear. That is that progress doesn't happen in isolation. It happens through partnership with schools, families, communities, business leaders, and policymakers working together. We all have a stake in this, and so we must also share in the responsibility. For those of you in the room today, I encourage you to pick up a copy of our annual report, and it looks like this. This tells the story of where we've been, celebrating the progress that we've made in graduation rates, early literacy, and expanding access to advanced coursework. But it also highlights where we must go next, addressing persistent achievement gaps, modernizing how we measure student success, and ensuring that every graduate leaves our schools not only with a diploma, but with the tools to thrive. So let this be a call to action. It's May, and we are looking towards school year 25-26. Let's lift our shared vision for the pages of this report and strategic plan and bring it to life in every classroom, every school, and every community. Because when we hold each other accountable to high standards, when we work together through the hard work of improvement, and when we remain focused on what Maryland students can achieve, we will see the progress that we all seek for our graduates. Thank you for your partnership, your passion, and your unwavering belief in the power of public education. Looking forward to a very purposeful May meeting. With that, a few housekeeping items. First, reminders for the public. We know you tune in and know these, but we'll review a couple of them. All state Board of Education meetings are recorded. Public can access the meeting via live stream from the State Board MSDE website and on YouTube. People registered to give public comment can do so either virtually or in person. Meeting videos, agendas, and materials are posted online. With that, that concludes our housekeeping items. And at this time, I want to take a brief moment to honor one of my dearest colleagues on the board, our longest tenured member of the board, Dr. Joan Mealy McCarthy. Dr. Mealy McCarthy, this is her last meeting with us in person as her second full term on the board concludes in June. And she's got some vacation in June. I don't know why she won't be here, but a business, excuse me. It is a business trip, but it is in a nice location. And so we won't hold it against her, but she will be properly celebrated here today for the years of contribution that you have made to this board. Colleagues, we are going to have the opportunity to each share, as you're interested, when we talk in executive session later today. I have asked two individuals to provide public comments, one on behalf of the department, one on behalf of the board, honoring Dr. Mealy McCarthy's service. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Wright to make a few comments.
So, Joan, to say that you'll be missed is an understatement. I want to say how much I have appreciated your leadership, particularly as we worked the many months together on the literacy policy and your vision for what that policy should look like, your passion for students with disabilities and to make sure that they are always taken into consideration regardless of everything that we do, and your laser-like focus on making sure that children are achieving at high levels. And I think that whole idea of bringing it back to core instruction, we talk about that a lot, and I know how important that is to you. It was a beautiful visit that we had at your school, and to see what you have been able to accomplish with those children who come to you with many, many learning disabilities, and the success rate that they actually have. In fact, one of your former graduates, who I happen to know personally, who happens to be my godson actually, graduated from your school and who is severely learning disabled and is now vice president of iHeartRadio. So he has gone on after all the foundation that you have, and so I just thank you for sharing your learnings and what you've done at your school and with us, and I feel like that we're better off having had you on our board. Much success to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. Now I'll turn it over to President Emeritus of our board, Mr. Clarence Crawford.
Joan, it has been a great journey. A great friend. Dr. Wright is so very, very true when she talks about your passion for the children with disabilities. I value your counsel. If I ever wanted to know the truth, all I had to do was ask Joan. And on occasion, you didn't even have to ask. Very, very valuable, very, very valuable. A tremendous team player. And we couldn't have made all the progress that we've made over the years without you. So again, thank you so much for everything that you've done and what you're doing for our children. And again, we will miss you. You are my friend. I have enjoyed working with you and truly respect your engagement and your knowledge and experience. And again, thank you so much for everything. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Crawford and Dr. Wright. Dr. Mealy McCarthy, would you like to say anything? Well, you do not need to, but we'll turn it over to you if you'd like to.
I can't pass up a mic opportunity.
Well, first of all, I thank you. I had no idea that you would do this. Your words are very kind. Um, I have valued this time here. It is an honor and a privilege to serve. When you're asked to serve on behalf of children, you never say no. And so it has been a privilege and an honor and humbling. And I always learn so much, and I always hope that it's kind of like when you leave somebody's house or you leave a place that you stay, you always want to leave it better than when you came. So I hope that I have helped and contributed in some way. I also tell you, yes, leadership in our field is all about children. And you say this, Clarence, when you think of children, your leadership is always in the right place. So I always tell my parents and my teachers, when we have a conversation about kids, we might have all different decisions, but when the child is at the center of that table, whatever decision is made is always in the best interest of the child. And I know that this board looks to do that, and so I appreciate that. I will miss this board. It has been a long but short 7 years. And I do love this work, and it's a chance for me to give back because I really am privileged to do the work I do at the school that I run. But as I leave you, I want you to have little Jiminy Cricket on your shoulder, and people who are of a certain age know who that is. I want you to always think about kids who are underserved. Anything you do, always ask that question. What about children with learning differences? What about children with significant disabilities? What about children who come from poverty? What about children who are multi-language learners? And think about their success rates, which need a lot of improvement, and whatever you do, think about my eyeballs looking at you. How do we make sure that we make their world and their academic achievement better? And so, I appreciate the honor and the privilege, so thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Mila McCarthy. We appreciate your words and know that your presence will be felt here long after you stop attending meetings with us. That's right. As is our practice, we have a token for you. I don't see Mr. Hands, so we'll formally pass that later on today. But thank you. Absolutely. All right, with that, we'll move to the public comment portion of our agenda today. Speakers will be called on. Oh, well, you know what? All right, we can do it right now. Mr. Hands has our commemorative cup. Yes?
I ran for it.
So this is a long-held tradition, at least 23 years. A cup that recognizes your service. Take that with you on your shelf and remember us, mostly for the good things. And yes, thank you, Joan. Okay. All right. Speakers for public comment will be called on in order of their registration. We will take in-person registrants first, followed by virtual registrants. Zoom as the platform will be used for virtual public comment. If you experience problems connecting with your device, you may encourage you to use the audio-only feature, call in using your phone. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Time will be monitored by staff. When time expires, the speaker is permitted to finish their sentence, but is required to make no further remarks. Comments shall be directed to the full board, not to an individual board member. For future commenters, to request accommodations for providing public comment, please contact Charlene Necessary in the State Board office no later than 24 hours in advance of the State Board meeting. Board members will not respond to speakers' comments, but we will take all comments under advisement. Written statements and other materials should be submitted to Mr. Zachary Hands, and we'll see that copies are made available to all board members. We have one person signed up for in-person participation. Is Mr. Kevin McConnell here this morning? Rain check. All right, then we'll move to virtual. Ms. Sharon Saroff on special education. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. We're coming to the end of the school year, and some of the things that I'm seeing are very, very concerning. As I was reading the literacy draft, I wondered how we will be able to address this task. How will we be able to hold school districts accountable? I'm asking these questions because what I'm seeing across the state, particularly in Baltimore County, Howard County, Anne Arundel County, is very concerning to me. We don't have enough speech and language therapists to provide services to our students. I see these therapists having caseloads of record high numbers. I know some who have caseloads as high as 130 students. The math does not make sense. It's not there. I see school psychologists doing a piece of a psychological evaluation and calling that a psychological eval. You need to have a cognitive, you need to have a behavioral, you need to look at executive functioning and not do it piecemeal. I see school systems having a blatant disregard for federal timelines. Some of my clients have timelines that are 3 months overdue. That's a long time. That's a big concern. I see schools having blatant disregards for the 5-day rule. I fought for that with other advocates. I see school systems reinterpret least restrictive environment as I'm taking a group of students over to the corner of the general education environment. I'm a special educator, and that's called outside gen ed. No, it's not. If we are going to hold school districts accountable, we have to start now and address what is going on. I want to see us do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Saroff. We appreciate your comments. All right, with that, we'll move to the consent agenda portion of our meeting. We have 5 items: minutes from our April meeting, personnel actions, budget adjustments, a calendar waiver request, and a permission to adopt COMAR item. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Ms. McCusker. Is there a second? Mr. Chesterfield? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. Any opposed? Consent agenda passes. At this time, turn it to Dr. Wright for our state superintendent's update.
Thank you, Dr. Michael. First thing I want to talk about is our Teachers of Promise. Excuse me. In exploring ways to expand our educator workforce, we know that mentoring plays a critical role in teacher retention among novice educators. MSDE invests in our new educators through the Teachers of Promise program. This program connects high-achieving students from Maryland Colleges of Education with highly effective educators from MSDE recognition programs such as the Teacher of the Year and the Milken Educator Awards. Teachers of Promise pairs pre-service teachers with a seasoned educator to observe lessons, enhance the classroom management skills, build community among their colleagues, and, quite honestly, even get advice on how to decorate a room. This mentoring program includes an all-day institute where they can learn from an expert educator and participate in the Teachers of Promise pinning ceremony. We held this year's Teachers of Promise Institute in early May, and at that time, we've got a video to share with some highlights. I think we have a video to share some highlights. Video. We just need, got sound there? All right, now let's try it.
I really love working with kids. I've loved kids even when I was a kid, and I've always loved English in school, so when I found out I could teach something that I'm good at, it inspired me.
Was good.
So my role as a reading tutor apprentice is to work with kids. I work with pre-K, first graders, and second graders, and we work on closing reading gaps to help kids become more fluent in their reading and also to become confident in their reading too. Because it's one thing to know how to read, but it's another to be confident.
Usually I pull out both one-on-one and groups of kids to work on whether that be phonics, phonemic awareness, tapping it out,
we're going to press
blending,
pause
or
on
just
this video for a second.
fluency and comprehension.
Thank you. We just need to, this video comes later. Not now. How about if I just go on when we get the right, okay? All right, so we're going to talk about the Maryland School Leadership Training. As you know, we've been doing this. We held the third session. Okay. We'll try this again. Okay, now, we got it. We got it. Hit it. Pinning ceremony. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So we held our third session of the Maryland School Leadership Training, and this one focused on how to use data to support student learning. And we conducted inventories, the participants actually conducted inventories of the data that they collect at their schools. And the reason we did this was we wanted them to take a look at all the data they're collecting and how can they streamline some of the data that they're collecting with an emphasis on eliminating duplicative assessments. And what we were finding is that some schools were administering more than one assessment on the same kind of topic. So this gave them a chance to right-size the data, if you will, rather than just simply collecting more data. I was invited to speak in New Mexico this past month to more than 300 education, policy, legislators, and business leaders around Mississippi's and Maryland's work to improve student achievement. New Mexico is one of those states that has persistently ranked at the very bottom of the nation, even though they have been attempting to initiate different education reforms, and they're just not getting the traction that they need. So they were really interested in how the political context differed in both Mississippi and Maryland, but they're very, very interested in trying to figure out how to improve student outcomes in their state. So it was a great day and a lot of really good instruction, or excuse me, conversation. Dr. Michael and I attended Kennedy Krieger's Institute Champions of Hope Gala, which celebrated the achievements of former State Superintendent Dr. Nancy Krasmick. Dr. Krasmick, as you know, leads the Institute's Center for Innovation and Leadership in Special Education and has been a lifelong champion of education. The Kennedy Krieger Institute is an incredible organization, if you're not familiar with it, that serves children and adults with neurological, rehabilitative, and developmental needs. Yesterday, I attended a meeting of the State Early Childhood Advisory Council, which is made up of early childhood educators, policymakers, and community advocates. The council chair is Secretary Carmel Martin, and she talked about the role of the Governor's Office of Children and shared updates about the Governor's commitment to early care and education, and I provided updates as well around what we are doing here in early childhood. We've got 3 priority areas that the group focused on yesterday: public awareness and education, coaching, mentoring, and training for providers, and financing and sustaining plans among agencies. And hot off the press is our pre-K application process that just ended. We received 105 applications for the 25-26 grant school cycle, 10 LEAs, 94 private providers. There were 78 first-time applicants and 27 returning programs that were adding additional slots. We had several that were approved, some that were conditionally approved, but the good news is we will be providing a lot more pre-K slots. There are a total right now of 52, providing 1,858 pre-K slots for this upcoming year. So great news, blueprint aligned, expanding our pre-K classes. So visiting schools, I need to say a lot about this. This is the best part of my job. I just need you to know that. This is the best part. And over the past month, I have been out and observing teaching and learning at 13 schools from the Eastern Shore to Southern Maryland. And I'd like to thank State Board President Dr. Michael, Mr. Chesterfield, Dr. Crawford, and newly coming on board, Dr. Bell, who helped me with all of these visits. So what you've got is, whether you're going in literacy or mathematics, it really doesn't make any difference. We had settings from pre-K to high school, and at every single stop, we saw highly engaged students, outstanding instruction, and school leaders who are completely dedicated to providing every student with high quality and diverse education programs. I also had the opportunity to hold roundtable discussions in communities with family, staff members, and community members in Prince George's County and in Queen Anne's County. And lots of questions around the blueprint, lots of questions around budget, career and technical education, teacher retention, et cetera. But it's a great way when you hold these community forums to really have people come in and just have direct access to the state superintendent and ask the questions that are on their mind. And I want to thank our school and district leaders in Caroline, Dorchester, Kent, Prince George's, Queen Anne's, Talbot, Worcester, and Somerset counties for hosting MSDE and providing insight into each community, because each community has its own special context. And I was literally fortunate to get a taste of learning by visiting our CTE culinary programs in various districts. And at this time, I'd like to show you the video about how educators like Alicia Odell are preparing the next generation of chefs.
I grew up in an Italian pastry shop. My grandfather was a master pastry chef from Palermo, Sicily. So that's how it started. I've been at CTA for almost 24 years. We start off with the basics foundationally, safety, sanitation, baking, culinary, and then we can move into advanced skills, fabrications, nutrition, international cuisine. We're actually utilizing AI a lot for meal planning now. Still knowing the foundation of how we got there, but embracing all that technology. We have to get them in an industry to really experience a little bit more. Having the community support, local chefs supporting you, that's pivotal. The best part of this job is having students come in and they bring in new ideas, and I'm open to that. I'm like, well, that's a great idea. We really love what we're doing, and I think that's what makes good educators, that they know we care and that we're passionate. I'm Alicia Odell, and I choose to teach CTE.
And finally, each May, we celebrate Maryland State Employee Appreciation Week to honor the public servants who make our work possible. And MSDE is fortunate to have many staff members who have devoted decades, and I do mean decades, of service to public education in Maryland. I invited 8 special longtime employees to join us today who have each served MSDE for more than 40 years. 4 of them are able to join us today, so please stand when your names are called. Please join me in saluting Patricia Askew from the Division of Operations and Administration. Susan Copsey from the Division of Early Childhood. She's not here, okay. And my very own special executive assistant, Lisa Spar, on 40 years of service. And though they're not able to be here today, please join me also in recognizing Jamise Dixon Bobbitt, Karen Love Haynes, Cindy Cannon, and Betsy Johnson for their years of service as well. But here's a special round of applause. I want to recognize Martina Williams from the Division of Rehabilitative Services, wait for it, for 55 years of service to MSDE. Right over there. Thank you so much. And I've just got to say, you can only imagine the amount of institutional knowledge, commitment, and skill that it takes to serve here. And these people have done this for so many years. So very, very appreciative of their years of service. So thank you. And Dr. Michael, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. At this time, we are pleased to welcome Dr. David Sovine, Superintendent of Washington County Public Schools, to provide an update on behalf of the local school superintendents. Dr. Sovine, welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. President Michael.
Grab the, there you go.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
President Michael, members of the State Board, and Dr. Wright. It's a pleasure to be with you. I'm Dave Sovine, Superintendent of Washington County Public Schools. I also have the honor as serving as the President-elect for PZAM. And on behalf of our, thank you. And on behalf of our superintendents, I want to thank this board and State Superintendent for you providing superintendents on an ongoing basis an opportunity to engage with you in very meaningful ways and to highlight our many successes across the state of Maryland. So thank you. I'm honored to share with you an exciting and innovative initiative that benefits students, schools, and our greater Washington County community. It also promotes the goals of the Blueprint for Maryland's Future across multiple pillars. Our Reading Tutor Apprenticeship Program. As many of you may recall, WCPS was the pilot school system for Maryland's high school apprenticeship program several years ago, and we've been proud to lead the way in building meaningful, hands-on career experiences for our students. That pilot has now grown into a very robust program, thanks to strong partnerships with our local business communities. We work together to align student learning with the needs of our community's workforce. Now, I'll be preaching to the choir if I get into the dire workforce needs we have for staffing education across our nation. So I'll just say, in Washington County, we saw an opportunity. Through the Reading Tutor Apprenticeship Program, our high school students serve as reading tutors for elementary learners, gaining valuable classroom experience while supporting early literacy development. At the same time, these apprentices are exploring the education profession firsthand and being paid to do it. This initiative directly supports the goals of the Blueprint for Maryland's Future. It elevates career and technical education by offering meaningful apprenticeship opportunities in a high demand field, and it strengthens our teacher pipeline with high quality, diverse educators at a time when we need it most. Our students aren't just preparing for the future, they're helping to shape it. The reading tutors have been working in our schools now for 3 consecutive years, and we're getting ready to transition to year 4. We train our student reading tutors in the science of reading, similar to how we provide professional training to our WCPS teachers. And just to give you a snapshot of the impact, just in this past year, we had 35 tutors that worked with nearly 700 elementary students, providing one-to-one small group supplemental instruction. And the positive impact is very clear. I just want to share with you some data points of our successes. Nearly all, 97% of those elementary students show growth in their reading skills from the beginning to the end of the year. 34% showed significant growth in their reading abilities. And get this, 53% over half of those elementary readers demonstrated that they were no longer well below grade level or at risk. I think that deserves a round of applause. The data certainly speaks for itself, but to understand the true impact of this program, you have to hear from some of our reading tutors themselves. I'd like to share a video to give you a glimpse of their work in action.
I really love working with kids. I've loved kids even when I was a kid. And I've always loved English in school, so when I found out I could teach something that I'm good at, it inspired me. So my role as a reading tutor apprentice is to work with kids. I work with pre-K, first graders, and second graders, and we work on closing reading gaps to help kids become more fluent in their reading and also to become confident in their reading too. Because it's one thing to know how to read, but it's another to be confident.
Usually I pull out both one-on-one and groups of kids to work on, whether that be phonics, phonemic awareness, tapping it out, blending, or just fluency and comprehension of text.
The impact of the whole Reading Tutor Apprenticeship program is probably the reason why I chose to apply. During our training, you especially see just how much help these kids get one-on-one. It just really helps them get a grasp of what they're doing when they're reading.
The way both their attitude and their confidence and their performance has changed since I started working with them is amazing, and I'm so proud of many of my students. The impact that I have on these kids is something that changes them and something that prepares them to be forever readers.
And this is something that not only will help them now, but it'll help them in their future job or when they're parents and they have to sit down and help their kids with homework. But I also hope that they get a friend out of this experience because that's what I feel like I am with them.
These kids come in and tell me all about their day. Sometimes you have to cut them off so you can do their lessons, but tell me all about their day. They tell me about their birthdays, their favorite things, and I know them really well.
It's not just you sit down and you tutor them, but it's you sit down and you know what their after-school activities are. You know their 5 favorite colors. You know what their favorite song is, and they really thrive on those relationships, and I do too, and I'm glad that I have that with them.
It made me want to teach in the future. It just shows me how rewarding teaching is, and I think that has affected so much my outcome and what I think I'm going to do in the future. It's completely changed my career path.
This experience has definitely made me consider teaching so much more because I get to be with kids like all day long, and I see the good and I see the bad. So it's good to have both of those worlds and still say yes to the experience.
My outlook for the future has changed drastically because of this. At first, I wasn't even considering teaching as something I'd want to do. And now that I'm here, even though it wasn't something I originally planned, it's something that I can see having in my life forever.
If you're thinking about education, this is the best experience to get. You can't get this anywhere else.
Bringing this apprenticeship opportunity to our schools is creating strong elementary readers and inspiring future educators in our high schools. We're excited about what's ahead, and the benefits we have realized are so great that our Board of Education is providing enough resources in the general fund budget to expand this opportunity next year, doubling the number of apprentices and recruiting math tutors as well. So we're going from 35 to 70, and we're expanding into math. WCPS is committed to continuing this work in alignment with the blueprint and with the needs of our students. I want to thank you again for your support and for the opportunity to share this success story. President Michael, members of the board, Dr. Wright, I remain available to answer any questions, and I welcome comments of the board.
Excellent. Thank you very much for your presentation. Members, questions? I have one. Tell me, how many tutors do you have right now
We
going?
currently have 35.
Okay. And tell me, what is the plan? Are you hoping to expand that this coming year?
Yeah, we are expanding to 70 tutors.
Great.
We had, I believe, 84 students apply, and we have now selected, it's a pretty competitive selection process. We selected 64, and nearly half of those will be focusing in math for the upcoming year, in addition to reading.
Excellent. Excellent.
I know as a math person, you like to hear that. Yeah.
Oh, I do. We play second fiddle, but we are the second fiddle. So, Mr. Paul, and then Dr. Lewis.
What a tremendous effort. I'm curious about by way of background, I first began to think of myself as a potential teacher shortly after high school when I was doing an SAT prep class. That was my first chance teaching anything.
Yeah.
And so I'm thinking about what it takes to get young men at an early age thinking of themselves as having the temperaments, the dispositions to be an educator in the future in the way that we saw here, and in a way that would sort of fill this gender gap that we have in the profession that we're so eager to tackle.
Yeah.
What do you think that'll look like for your program in terms of getting more young men in the game? If it's something that's already on your mind, just tell us what you're thinking about.
Yeah, you make a great point, and what we've found in our 3 years now is it does get students thinking about education, and in particular diversifying our workforce in terms of color, also attracting males to, especially at the elementary level, to think about that career path. I'll just expand as we are strengthening our youngest learners in reading. This also serves the purpose, to your point, in terms of planting the seed for future educators. We've had 2 graduating classes, and right now we have 5 of our high school graduates that are employees of WCPS. They were hired as paraprofessionals, very smart, so they get invested, they receive pay while they're working on their 4-year degree in education, and we as a district commit to supporting some of their educational efforts and providing funds. We also we've had 17 of our graduates are on our books serving as substitute teachers as they continue to work on their 4-year degrees in education. So the answer is yes, we're seeing positive results in terms of attracting males to the profession, as well as diversity in terms of the color of our employees.
Dr. Lewis.
I'm so glad you're here sharing this. Washington County was my first school visit as a board member, and it was delightful to see students in the pre-K classrooms and students in medical fields. Your Grow Your Own programs are outstanding, and I hope other districts are reaching out to you and learning from what you're finding out. The students were motivating, and I will say it just warmed the cockles of my heart to hear kids saying they wanted to be teachers of students with disabilities and go into special education. So I'm thrilled. You're definitely doing something right, and it was an honor to visit your schools.
Thank you. Appreciate that positive feedback, and yes, we have very talented team members. Our doors are always open, and through those experiences, we receive feedback that help us to continuously improve our services to our students. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sovine. Any other questions or comments? We appreciate you being here with us this morning.
Thank you.
All right. All right, with that, we're going to take a 90-second break. We have a lot of guests in the building, and they're trying to be respectful of our meeting here, but let's give a moment to let folks come in. So we'll take 2 minutes. All right. Welcome. Oh, we're on here? Okay. Great. All right. Welcome back. I am simply delighted to introduce our next item. And I'd like to take a brief moment before I turn it over to Dr. Wright to introduce our 2025-2026 Teachers of the Year. We know from the research that having an excellent teacher can have a 2 to 3 times impact of improving student achievement. As a former middle school math teacher in Baltimore, I also know that while teaching is a labor of love, it is also plainly a labor. The labor of consistency, of being present for children, not just most days, but every day. The labor of planning and implementing and refining lessons, even on Thursday nights. The labor of building relationships with students and consistently communicating with their families. Of analyzing student achievement data, adjusting prescribed lessons to meet those students. To be an excellent educator means loving this labor, day in and day out. It is no exaggeration to say that we cannot do this work without you, our teachers. Our work here at the board and the department, and the work of superintendents in school districts, school leaders, is all about shaping the work and supporting you and your colleagues each day. Without you, there is no public education system. Today, we have the great privilege of recognizing 24 of Maryland's leading educators, reminding us what's possible when dedication meets purpose and when high expectations are matched with deep care. With the distinction of Teacher of the Year, I know that I speak for everyone on our board when I share our deep appreciation for the lives you shape and the futures you help build. With that, I am pleased to turn it over to Dr. Wright.
Thank you, Dr. Michael. And I am so proud to wrap up Teacher Appreciation Month with the recognition of our 2025-2026 Teachers of the Year. These outstanding educators represent every grade level, core subject areas, and an array of programs that reflect the world-class education delivered each day in all 24 Maryland school systems. Our Teachers of the Year work unselfishly, giving the best of themselves to the children and youth in classrooms across our great state. On behalf of our nearly 892,000 students statewide, I am both grateful and honored to express my deepest appreciation for all that you do. Many thanks to the superintendents, principals, and special guests who have joined us today to celebrate these amazing teachers. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Alex Reese, who's Chief of Staff, and Raven Hill, who's our Senior Executive Director for Communications, to share some instructions as we begin the recognition. Raven?
Thank you, Dr. Wright, Dr. Michael, State Board members, and good morning. It is my pleasure to introduce and congratulate our 2025-2026 Teachers of the Year. Dr. Michael, Dr. Wright, and State Board members, before we begin, please step inside the circle.
Okay. That's all of us. You said all board members, right? You said all. Yes, everybody.
Tell Alex.
I saw that. Is he? Oh, this is okay. Okay.
Okay. We will introduce each teacher in alphabetical order, in alphabetical order by school district, starting with Allegheny County. Teachers, when your name is called, we'd like for you and your guests to join Dr. Wright, Dr. Michael, and the board members for a commemorative photo. Okay. Once your photos have been taken, please return to your seat.
All right, now for the fun part. Let's get started, everyone. Kicking it off with Allegheny County, we have Teacher of the Year Jeanette Milburn, joined by Assistant Principal Mariah Cohen. Next up, from Anne Arundel County, we have Jacqueline Sanderson, joined by Principal Carrie Allen and Chief Academic Officer Christina Catalano. From Baltimore City, we have Teacher of the Year, Javon's Liu, joined by Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Sonia Santelises, and Board of Commissioners President, Robert Saleh. From Baltimore County, we have Teacher of the Year, Brittany Jakubowski, joined by Najib Jamal, Executive Director of School Support and Transformational Leadership, and Stephanie Fanshaw, Principal. From Calvert County, we have Teacher of the Year, William Voschel, joined by Superintendent Dr. Andre Townsell. All right, from Caroline County, Teacher of the Year, Andrew Buffenmeyer, joined by Superintendent Dr. Derek Simmons and Principal Matthew Spiker. Next up, from Carroll County, we have Teacher of the Year, Amy Glasscock, joined by Superintendent Dr. Cynthia McCabe and Principal Catherine Perper. From Cecil County, we have Teacher of the Year Taylor Schaefer, joined by Superintendent Dr. Jeffrey Lawson and Principal Anthony Evans. From Charles County, we have Teacher of the Year Allison Cheney, joined by Director of Special Education Larry Johnson and Principal Todd Wonderling. From Dorchester County, we have Teacher of the Year, Tanya Travis, joined by Supervisor of Strategic Initiatives, Dr. Donald Boyd Jr., and Principal Dr. Gavin Parker. From Frederick County, we have Teacher of the Year, Alana Sword, joined by Chief of Equity and Organizational Development, Dr. Keith Harris, and Principal Troy Barnes. Making their way from Garrett County, we have Teacher of the Year, Lauren Witt, joined by Superintendent Dr. Brenda McCarthy and Director of HR and Employee Relations, Dr. Jane Wildison.
From Harford County, we have Teacher of the Year, Shelby Hultquist, joined by Superintendent Dr. Sean Bolson. From Howard County, we have Teacher of the Year, Natalie Prezzello, joined by Chief Equity and Innovation Officer, Dr. Caroline Walker. From Kent County, we have Teacher of the Year, Cheryl Fracassi, joined by Superintendent Dr. Mary Boswell McComas and Director of Human Resources, Dan Hushin. From Montgomery County, we have Teacher of the Year Megan Campbell, joined by Instrumental Music and Theater Coordinator Phil Barnes. From Prince George's County, we have Teacher of the Year Lafia Tunsil, joined by Marcy Holland, Director of Secondary Programs, and Principal Wendell Coleman. From Queen Anne's County, we have Teacher of the Year Marcy Mamas, joined by Principal Dan Harding and Career and Technical Education Supervisor Adam Tolley. From Somerset County, we have Teacher of the Year Kristen Bratcher, joined by Superintendent Dr. Ava Tasker Mitchell and Principal Dr. Tara Taylor. From St. Mary's County, we have Teacher of the Year Tylita Butler, joined by Deputy Superintendent Dr. J.R. Beavers and Principal Jennifer Consalvo. From Talbot County, we have Teacher of the Year Lauren Rose, joined by Assistant Superintendent Dr. Zulika Jarman Horsey and Principal Sherry Spurry. From Washington County, we have Teacher of the Year Marjorie Chapman, joined by Superintendent Dr. David Sovine and Robert Stike, Principal. From Wycomico County, we have Teacher of the Year Emma Cone Matthews, joined by Chief Finance and Operations Officer Dr. Brian Rager, and Secondary English Language Arts Supervisor Lisa King. And from Worcester County, we have Teacher of the Year Philip Cropper, joined by Chief Academic Officer Denise Shorts and Principal Tony Bevlalacqua.
And State Board, you may take your seats. Before we close and exit, if we could just have all 24 of our Teachers of the Year, these extraordinary individuals, please stand for one final round of applause.
Yes, indeed.
And we will have one final photo with our Teachers of the Year only and our State Board and, oh, okay. All of the Teachers of the Year and Dr. Wright.
Nice
Please bring your framed certificates, yes. They didn't want to do it again.
Oh, they must have lined them up outside. Achie, can I just... Daniel... You're on go. No blinking. Okay, now, come on. Yeah, get in. No, come. Get as close.
break. We'll come back at 10:36. We are pleased to move to the next portion of our agenda, Blue Ribbon Schools Recognition. We are so pleased today to recognize the 4 Maryland public schools that achieved National Blue Ribbon School Honors for 2024. Since 1982, the National Blue Ribbon Schools program has recognized outstanding public and non-public schools based on their overall high academic achievement or success in closing the achievement gaps among student groups. We are pleased to have representatives from each school with us today. And at this time, I'm pleased to turn it over to Dr. Wright.
Thank you, Dr. Michael. I have the privilege of joining today's guests at the Senate floor this spring when they were recognized for achieving Blue Ribbon status, which is one of the highest honors in public education. These 4 schools represent 3 local school systems, and 1 school proudly carries the distinction of being a 2-time Blue Ribbon School honoree. Honorees, when you hear your name, please stand to be recognized. Once all honorees have been recognized, we will take photos individually with the state board members and your guests. We will start with Worthington Elementary School in Ellicott City. Worthington serves 425 pre-kindergarten to 5th grade students, providing education through general classrooms, regional learning environments, inclusion services, and early childhood programs. During the 23-24 school year, Worthington received a 5-star rating and was ranked in the 97th percentile on the Maryland School Report Card. Close homeschool collaboration brings students exposure to a variety of enriched programs. Principal Robert Bruce has joined us today. Please join me in congratulating Worthington Elementary from the Howard County Public School System. Our next 2 Blue Ribbon schools hail from Montgomery County Public Schools. Bells Mill Elementary School in Potomac serves 610 pre-kindergarten to grade 5 students, providing education through general classrooms, classic autism structured learning environments, inclusion services within homeschool models, and a pre-kindergarten program. Bells Mill also received the Blue Ribbon honor in 1988 and was a 5-star rated school this past year during the 23-24 school year. Community partnerships provide students with reading awards, family engagement activities, academic nights, and Spirit Week activities. Principal Dr. Stacy Smith is here today. Let's have a round of applause for Bells Mill Elementary School in Montgomery County Public Schools. Woodfield Elementary in Gaithersburg opened in, really, 1865? Is that a true statement? Wow. Wow. Sorry, I had to stop there. Usually I'm like within at least the past 100 years, right? It opened in 1865 as a 1-room schoolhouse and now has 23 classrooms serving 300 students. Educational services start at the pre-kindergarten level and include services for students with autism, restorative practices, and social emotional learning. This community school's mission envisions engaged students, supportive parents, dedicated staff, and lifelong learning. Catherine Schwartz, who served as principal at the time of the Blue Ribbon nomination, was unable to join us today, but let's have a round of applause for Woodfield Elementary and Montgomery County Public Schools. And our final honoree is Chapel Hill Elementary School, located in the heart of Perry Hall. It serves approximately 545 students in pre-kindergarten through 5th grade. All members of the community school work collectively toward the school's philosophy: every student, every classroom, every day, 100%. The school's success is attributed to high academic expectations, strong relationships, and ongoing commitment to learning. Principal Nancy Hill was unable to join us today, but let's have a round of applause for Chapel Hill Elementary and Baltimore County Public Schools. Dr. Michael, I'll turn it back over to you.
All right. Do we need to present? Okay. All right. Great. Thank you, Dr. Wright. At this time, we welcome our honorees to please come forward for photos, starting with Bells Mill Elementary, and then we'll do Woodfield, and then after that, we'll do Worthington, right? Okay. Please join us in the circle.
Did you say yeah?
All right, at this time, we are going to move to the joint implementation policy number 4 on the career ladder of the blueprint. Turn it over to Dr. Wright to introduce our presenters.
Thank you, Dr. Michael. And Kelly Meadows is coming to the table. She will be doing the presentation, and following that, we would like to have a motion to adopt the joint implementation policy number 4 on the career ladder as approved by the AIB on May 15th. Kelly?
Good morning. All right. So I'm going to take you through just a short reminder update about the legislative session and how that affected career ladder. We'll talk about the submission requirements for the July 1st career ladder plan that is required by all of our districts. Talk about some implementation challenges that some districts had shared with us that have piloted this work during this school year. And then we'll turn to the policy recommendations that were previously adopted by the Accountability and Implementation Board. So just as a reminder, there was a pause in collaborative planning during this legislative session. It pauses that planning until fiscal year 29. However, career ladder development and implementation does not pause. So again, there is a submission required July 1st, and these are the items that our districts have to plan for and submit for approval from the AIB by that date. So really, in a nutshell, it's all about that teacher leadership track that you see, which is like the light green on the left-hand side. Everything but that last highest tier called the distinguished professor. We are going to defer that specific role, but the lead teacher and the professor teacher, that is really where the crux of this submission lies. During the 2024 submission, LEAs did have to submit plans for levels 1, 2, and 3, with the exception of assistant principals. And again, our assistant principals were deferring to a later date.
So this includes salary information for those positions, and in fact, salary information for 1, 2, and 3 as well. There are some technical components. Districts have to demonstrate, how things were negotiated, because the career ladder in large part is negotiated. So these are the things that are deferred to a later date. That 8-year phase-in plan for collaborative time, given the pause, that professor distinguished teacher role, the teacher evaluation and peer assistance and review program, assistant principals, and the school leader administrative track. So that's that right-hand side, principals and distinguished principals. That is all deferred. So what did we learn? What are we learning with regard to the lead teacher pilots? There are a handful of districts who have been piloting some. One district in particular, Anne Arundel County, has piloted the lead teacher role. There are other districts like Prince George's County that has piloted components of the role, but not the full role. What we're hearing from those districts is the 50% minimum average teaching time for a lead teacher is challenging. And when you take the time out of collaboration, grading, working with families, supporting learners, there's not enough time, is what they're reporting, left to engage in those lead teacher roles, such as mentoring and helping with curriculum writing. And so that really what those roles were designed to do is what they're facing challenges implementing. And then in some cases, in some districts, there's just simply insufficient numbers of National Board certified teachers to even establish those roles. So with that in mind, we'd like to provide a formal pilot year for all districts that want to participate. They don't have to. Although their plans are due this July, no district is required to implement level 4. And some just simply don't have the infrastructure to do so. But this pilot would allow some flexibility, a year of experimentation with implementation to really see how does this look across grade bands. How it's going to look in elementary school is not going to look the same in a secondary school. How is it going to look for special educators or MLL teachers? So lots of things, lots of nuts and bolts to figure out how is this going to work. So this pilot year would help districts be able to monitor and analyze their data while still receiving those state funds for the lead teacher role for those that are eligible to participate in that role. Again, this is voluntary. It's not required. We definitely would like to learn lessons from this pilot. The districts, of course, the data will be useful to them, but how can this potentially shape what we are recommending during future legislative sessions? If things need to be changed in statute, this is the way we're going to get the data to see what needs to be changed, what works. So specifically, this is the policy. What it does is it defines a minimum and maximum threshold for time spent teaching, essentially. So whereas the law says you have to spend a minimum average amount of time of 50% for lead and 40% for distinguished teachers, we're saying let's give them the opportunity to just go down as low as minimum as a teacher or a co-teacher for one course or subject area across marking periods. Not necessarily the same course or subject area, but at each point of the year, you have to be responsible as either the teacher or a co-teacher to deliver instruction. You're responsible for that group of students, their academic process. You're not just dropping in and coming out like it is an assignment. The maximum threshold would be the 50%. So you could work anywhere within those bounds and be eligible for the pilot. Those teachers, to be eligible to be a level 4 teacher, would still have to be nationally board certified. So that isn't something that we're recommending change. They do still have to meet the criteria that the LEA establishes in their plans to be the lead teacher. However, during the pilot, we would give them the opportunity to say, this is the role that we've developed for this particular, let's say, lead teacher. But for the pilot, we're only going to have them, let's say, do A, B, and C of the role instead of all of it to see, how can we phase this in, what works. So really innovation, experimentation is the name of the game here. We want to give them as much flexibility as possible. And with that, I will open it up for questions.
Great, thank you very much. Board members, questions? Ms. McCusker.
Thank you. Not so much a question as I really appreciate that we're doing this as a pilot, because when I was reading the definition, when they say the teacher has to be teaching a single subject or a single course, and as you mentioned, that looks so different across different disciplines and across grade levels. You know, that is a really broad statement. When, you know, for someone who's living in schools and seeing how different that can look. So I'm really glad this is going to be like a pilot year where they can start to flesh out how we might define that with a little bit more clarity to allow for all of those differences and still have it be sort of an equitable type of thing that works across the different grade levels and content. So I just wanted to give my support for that and thank you for lifting that. That's one of the reasons why this is going to be a pilot. The really broad definitions need some time to get fleshed out and figured out.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Dr. Johnson.
You indicated that in this pilot they will be able to choose from A, B, or C. So is it a menu that they can choose from, and they have the flexibility to choose from that menu?
So I wouldn't say it's a menu because we really are not trying to put parameters around this. So when I say A, B, and C, what I mean is as part of their career ladder submission, they do have to provide the roles and responsibilities for a lead teacher and a distinguished teacher. However, for the pilot, we're not expecting that those roles are completely fulfilled. So they have the flexibility to say, okay, within this lead teacher role, we're only going to focus on this particular part of it because they're just not at a place where they can do the entire thing yet. So that's what I mean.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Greer.
Thank you. This is helpful information. Thank you, Ms. Meadows. The challenge with pilots is that we don't often know if it's going to work on a large scale, and that you have some students and teachers who miss out on the experience, right? So I'm okay with pilots in general. I know that there's going to be safeguards built around that, but I do have a question about, do we, first of all, have any LEAs that we think are going to be takers on this? Have we heard any, like, energy? Is there anyone interested? First question.
Yeah.
And then, do you want the second question, or do you want to just go for
No,
that?
go ahead.
Okay, and then the second question is going to be, how do we ensure that there's an equitable spread of student/teacher experiences? So if we pilot this in just a couple of LEAs and just a few schools, and those schools they look a certain way and have a certain demographic or a certain socioeconomic demographic or performance-wise, they're performing at a different rate as others, how will we ensure that this program will also work in other schools that potentially are struggling or have different conditions in which the teachers work?
Sure. So I'll start with your first question, and this is absolutely, completely anecdotal. So I don't know. I don't know how many districts are going to be interested in this. We're hoping, but there's a very real timeline with budgets, and budgets have been set. So I don't know if it's necessarily a want, but a can. Because if they haven't budgeted for this, they haven't budgeted their share of the lead teacher, I don't anticipate the distinguished teacher being piloted. But if they have not budgeted for the lead teacher already for fiscal year 26, I don't know if they can do this. So I don't know.
Do we have any information on who's budgeted for it yet?
I don't.
No. Okay, that's fine.
I don't. I know that Anne Arundel County Public Schools is already doing this, so I anticipate that they will continue to do this work. To answer your second question, and I will also preface this by saying, like, that's to me a partial AIB question because they are going to be in charge of the governance of this, so I don't want to speak on their behalf of what they're looking for to ensure equity. But I know that during our talks with the AIB staff, we're very much talking about, like, not only do we want to hear from districts, like, what the formal data looks like, we want to hear from the lead teachers that are participating. We want to hear from the mentees who are receiving the services of the lead teacher as a mentor. And so we want to hear from the principals in the schools where it's being piloted, because there's so much information that we need to consume in order to make the decisions.
Great. Ms. Meadows, can you reiterate one more time why it's so important for us to take care of this now?
Sure. So the pause in collaborative time is temporary. You know, it's going to be unpaused in fiscal year 29. We can't wait. We have to move this, and it is our goal to be in a place where we can establish a career ladder across the state. And in order to do that, you know, as Board Member McCusker shared, like, the devil's in the details, and there's a lot of details when it comes to standing up level 4 of the teacher leadership track. And so the longer we wait to figure out what works and what doesn't work, the longer it's going to take for us to make the necessary legislative changes that could potentially, you know, come out of this. And we simply don't have the time to wait. You know, the time is now.
Great. All right, thank you. Are there further questions or discussion among board members? All right, then I will go ahead and entertain a motion to adopt the joint implementation policy number 4 on the career ladder as approved by the AIB on May 15th. Dr. Amelia McCarthy, second by Mr. Paul. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you very much. All right, at this time, we're going to shift to strategic plan draft outcomes. Turn it over to Dr. Wright.
Yes, the team, as Alex Reese and Phil Esser come to the table, the team has been working, initially we started with the leadership team, and then we have expanded that to extended leadership team, so probably 70 some odd people are working on updating the strategic plan and also developing the strategies that will be needed to achieve the goals of the plan. That will be coming to you at a later time, but we wanted to give you an update of where we are and also welcome your input.
All right. Well, we know that we stand between you and an early lunch, so we will be thorough but also efficient in sharing some updates. We wanted to start by just framing what the approach has been to our thinking here. So first, we want to update the strategic plan based upon a few things. One is we want it to reflect the aligned metrics that this board jointly adopted with the AIB in June of 2024. We want to make sure that that work is captured. Also, our blueprint law always contemplated setting metrics. So this is very much in alignment with the spirit of the blueprint. And since our strategic plan was created in June of 2023, we have the opportunity to just update it and make sure that it is fully current with the work and the priorities that we've set now. Secondly, we want to make sure that we align to the 5 widely used blueprint pillars. We believe that these 5 pillars capture much of our work in public schools, and it's such a commonly used framework that we figure that it's a little bit more straightforward to stick with the 5 pillars and orient the goals or organize them around those pillars. Previously, the strategic plan had 4 priorities and 4 enablers. The feedback we received was, in effect, that's 8 things for folks to keep tabs on, and if we prioritize everything, we prioritize nothing, and so we really wanted to zoom in on the 5 pillars here. We want to always anchor in concrete and measurable goals. And a note here is that Dr. Wright expects that once the strategic plan is established, that each and every presentation made to this board will be anchored in a component of the strategic plan, if not a specific goal or metric that we've set. So we want to really make the connection. Dr. Wright's team in Mississippi did this very well, and we want to, as we coalesce around this, make sure that we're making connections between it so that it's not just a lengthy plan that sits on a shelf, but rather something that really anchors and focuses our work. And then finally, we want to ensure ease of understanding. Governor Moore has charged all state agencies with the use of plain language. We in education, as we know, often engage in a lot of edu-speak or jargon that is not accessible to all members of the public, and so we want to really increasingly just be speaking in plain language. All right, next slide. So this gives just a little bit of an overview of how we're thinking about the structure. So first, there's the pillar, the overarching theme from the blueprint. You can see an example on the right. So pillar 2. Then next would come, from that would flow a goal, which is really just a high-level aspirational statement that's aligned to that. So you see every school has high quality and diverse teachers and leaders. Next is the outcome, concrete and measurable. So example here, increase the percentage of all teachers retained over the last 3 years. And then finally, and importantly, are the strategies that we as a department can leverage and lean on to be able to achieve that outcome. So the example, develop guidance and provide training for LEA leaders on effective implementation of new teacher induction programs, right? So there won't be a single strategy for every outcome or 10 strategies for every outcome, but we are being really thoughtful about the structure so that there's a logical flow from pillar down to strategy. Next slide. In January, we launched our, Dr. Wright mentioned our extended leadership team, and this is just an extraordinarily talented group of folks. As I look at this photo, it is awe-inspiring to think of how much we've accomplished just since this photo was taken. But next slide. We expanded our circle, and we're very glad to do so. Last month, we brought together a wider circle. So our extended leadership team now encompasses our chiefs, our assistant state superintendents, but also our executive directors and directors who lead really key pieces of our work. So this is, we weren't sure if our extended team of 75 would fit in a photo, but as you all well know, Daniel can make magic happen. And so we're so privileged to work with the sheer talent that exists on this team. And I really do think that a few years from now, we will be celebrating the work that Dr. Wright led this team in facilitating. I mean, there's a lot of national excitement about Dr. Wright, and the team is really unifying around her. So we're just really excited for what this will mean, and the strategic plan will be key in this work. All right. So we want to just acknowledge as well that just like we are constantly thinking about lots of different incoming, I'll say, our local school systems really do face a ton of incoming, and they're just bombarded. I mean, when we think about community schools, social emotional learning, cell phone policy, I mean, the list just goes on and on and on. And so we need to provide clarity and thought partner with our LEAs to help them think about how to focus efforts and not be part of the problem of creating this ever evolving and extending web of priorities. Dr. Wright has really pushed our team in a great way to lead with vision and values so that we can make sure that our core work is what we're focused on to drive results. Next slide. So a few things here. As we looked through sort of school year 2025-26 coming up and beyond, we sought to set a few priorities that will anchor this work. First is setting a statewide standard, and there are a few things that we think about under this. Maryland absolutely has pockets of excellence and a lot to build on. And in some cases, there are situations where we have 24 different definitions in 24 local school systems. So we really do want, as much as possible, to be a facilitator of setting that statewide standard. Some of the ways that we'll do that are around an emphasis on professional learning for school leaders and for teachers. Dr. Wright will continue to beat the drum of free professional learning going forward. We're not charging our teachers in the future. And we really do see an opportunity here for a reinvigorated emphasis on core instructional delivery. Next is focusing on priority work, and this is where the strategic plan update lives within these priorities. The blueprint is a phenomenal investment in our public schools, and we should be so proud of that. It also has a real emphasis on the inputs of the work. And so we are shifting more to an outputs orientation. Not that the inputs aren't tremendously important, but really emphasizing on the outputs, especially as we shift from the early years of the blueprint to now really being in the work. We want to model focus. We want to clear distractions and noise that exist from national politics and from other sources, and try and be a buffer wherever we can as a department. And then third, providing clear roles and cultivating leadership. We are engaged in the process of creating a formal MOU that will delineate responsibilities between MSDE and AIB. The AIB under this MOU, to give just a very, very high-level preview, will lead on things like plan approval, things like progress monitoring. The AIB will provide instructions for what is required in plans, and they have an important role and unique opportunity in facilitating interagency collaboration. MSDE will provide guidance and training support for our schools and school systems, and the State Board, MSDE, and the AIB together will lead on policy and the implementation of policy. So going forward, MSDE will be fully owning Blueprint implementation. We feel good about that as practitioners on this incredible team you just saw on the slide a moment ago. We really do feel like we possess that expertise to be able to be best poised to fully own implementation. So there are certain programs that the AIB has been leading on from the Blueprint. An example would be the Career Counseling Program for middle and high school students. And this is a program that, as we're shifting to this paradigm of role clarity between the MSD and the AIB, this is something that will shift to be fully owned in terms of its implementation by the department. So just yesterday, we had one of these transition meetings where teams of MSD staff and teams of AIB staff are coming together, because if something is shifting from one group to the other, we want to make sure that there's critical things that are captured and shared and conveyed as we pass some of the ownership here. Additionally, we as an agency are going to be placing an emphasis on internal leadership development. We have charged each manager in the agency with thinking about how they're developing and cultivating talent on their team. Lots of talent in the department, and we need to think intentionally about how we cultivate that talent, how we set up opportunities for folks through training, coaching, projects that will allow them to stretch themselves in new ways. And by doing this, we just increase MSDE's bench depth so that as positions become available, we have a number of internal candidates who are ready to fill those positions. And for role clarity, we are streamlining our organizational chart. I'll give an example of what we mean when we say that. So we have historically, the department had some divisions with very long names. I had to write this one down. Division of Assessment, Accountability, Performance Reporting, and Research will become the Division of Assessment and Accountability. So we really do want to both internally and externally do some streamlining. We're also shifting, as you may have noticed already, that our deputies will shift, their titles will become, just for clarity, Chief Academic Officer, Chief of Accountability, and Chief Operating Officer. So we're going to be just trying to make things immediately obvious to folks inside and outside the department. And with that, I will pass it to Mr. Lasser, who will guide us through a little bit at a high level of the bi-pillar goals and outcomes that we're looking to focus on. And just for clarity, we are not seeking today a vote or action. This is for information only, and we look forward to coming back to you in the coming months after you've had the opportunity to get more feedback.
So at this point, we'll dive into the, again, draft proposed goals and outcomes of the revised strategic plan that we have. And as Alex mentioned, that we are really restructuring everything to align with the 5 pillars of the blueprint. So that's what we have here. And then for each pillar, we have a high-level goal that we are striving for to accomplish within each pillar as well. So this language will seem very familiar, aligned very much with the blueprint, that the goal for Pillar 1 is that every child has access to a high-quality early childhood program. Goal for Pillar 2 is every school has high-quality, diverse teachers and leaders. Goal for Pillar 3 is every student graduates high school, college, and career ready. Pillar 4 goal is every student is matched with the resources that they need to ensure their success. And Pillar 5's goal is every student in district receives a rating of blank or higher, and we'll come back to that in a minute of what we're talking about there. And so now we will dive into the draft proposed outcomes within each pillar. Under that goal, these are those measurable outcomes that we are looking to accomplish and to organize all of MSD's work around. And as we said, these are right now just draft. Welcome the board's input, and we already have a number of suggestions from MSD staff of how to amend these to better accurately and meaningfully measure progress for all of our students. And so as we dig into these, a number of these outcomes come directly from the aligned metrics that the State Board and the AIB adopted recently as well. So on this slide, outcome 1A here is one of those that directly is one of the aligned metrics that the board and the AIB have already adopted. So it's increased student readiness for kindergarten as measured by the Kindergarten Readiness Assessment, KRA. And so the other ones go through a couple of other topics as well. I'm not going to read through all of these on each slide, but I'll highlight a couple of these. Outcome 1C here is to decrease gaps in kindergarten readiness between student groups. And this is a trend that we'll see across a number of the pillars as well, that we want to ensure academic excellence for all of our students. And so anywhere we're talking about student groups, that's referring to students with disabilities, multilingual learners, students attending high poverty schools, Black students, Latinx students, and things like other groups like that. And then, goals D and E, back on pillar 1, look to really come from the blueprint of increasing participation in high quality full day pre-K as measured by a couple of things. So, and then going on to pillar 2, pillar 2 is our high quality and diverse teachers and leaders. And so one of the goals here, outcome 2A, is to increase the percentage of fully licensed teachers. This is important to keep in mind as we have a number of different programs to increase the number of teachers. We want to make sure that all of our teachers are of the highest quality, fully licensed as a goal to reach towards. Outcomes B through E are all directly from the aligned metrics, and these are for increasing the percentage of teachers retained in schools. So broken down by different ways. All teachers retained, new teachers retained over 3 years, and then also making sure that we are retaining our teachers of color and our new teachers of color. And then outcomes 2F looks at increasing percentage of school leaders of color, and 2G is to increase percentage of fully licensed early childhood teachers. So again, making sure that every classroom, every student, regardless of where they are, how old they are, has the best teacher possible in front of them. Pillar 3, this digs into, so college and career readiness really looks at the direct student achievement proficiency metrics here. And so outcomes A through D all come directly from those aligned metrics, looking at increasing the percentage of student proficiency in reading and math. Outcome 3E looks at increasing percentage of grade 8 students scoring proficient in science, so adding science in there. F looks at, again, decreasing gaps between student groups. And G looks at increased percentage of students demonstrating growth year over year and within each subgroup or each student group. So again, this growth is something that's very important that came out of our accountability and assessment task force, that we want to measure proficiency, but also make sure that we're recognizing and rewarding growth for all of our students, all of our schools. And on the next slide, continuing on pillar 3, looking more at our college and career readiness metrics, H, I, and J all come from the aligned metrics of making sure we increase percentage of students who meet the CCR standard by the end of 10th grade, by the end of high school graduation, and then increase percentage of students who participate and complete those post-CCR pathways, dual enrollment courses, AP courses, IB courses. And then K, something to keep in mind as a whole, is increased percentage of students who graduate high school within 4 years. Definitely one of our primary metrics that as a state agency we should be striving towards at all times. Pillar 4 is more resources for student success. And again, every student is matched with the resources they need to succeed. And so here we, again, look at decreasing gaps between student groups. B is increasing the proficiency for students attending community schools. We make sure that that is a target population that we are prioritizing, making sure that those students increase their proficiency as well. Outcome 4C is one of our aligned metrics, looking at decreasing the rate of chronic absenteeism. D and E make sure that we are properly identifying our students for those different student groups, making sure our identification for students with disabilities is following the best process as possible, and as well as increasing the identification for gifted and talented programming for all of our students, looking at those twice exceptional students, the students with disabilities who are also gifted and talented. And then outcomes F and G look at the staff that we had to support our students. These are, again, aligned metrics, decrease the student counselor ratio in school, and increase the percentage of schools that have at least a school psychologist or social worker within the building as well. And lastly, Pillar 5 is our governance and accountability. Again, this brings it all together of how we're making sure that all of our schools and districts are meeting all of the prior goals and really making sure that we are succeeding as a school, a district, as a state. So these outcomes here all have blanks in them for now. These are placeholders as our Accountability Assessment Task Force works through their process of proposing a new accountability system. So this will get filled in with what the rating system is that the Accountability Assessment Task Force builds out. So this could be, if we stick with the 1 to 5 stars model, this will say increased percent of schools rated 4 stars or higher, and we'll come back to see what that exactly is. So we'll figure that out. But again, overall, it's increasing the quality of all of our schools, all of our districts.
And our goal as a department will always be to achieve this level of happiness from President Crawford, as you see on the slide here.
Well, I have 25 questions.
So moving on, another key component of the strategic plan is the overall vision and mission. And so the strategic plan adopted by the board in 2023, we are proposing that we are going to keep the vision and mission as defined in that strategic plan. We feel it does still accurately measure and articulate how we want to move as a department. So the vision as written right now is we will be a system of world-class schools where students acquire the knowledge and skills necessary for success in college, career, and life. Again, that is our overall vision, and the mission breaks it down further as well. We are proposing that we'll keep that as is. Another part of the strategic plan are our values. Again, Dr. Wright feels that these still embody our values as a department, how we want to move forward, so we are proposing of keeping these as is as well. Those values are accountability, engagement, equity, excellence, and transformation. And so those are things to keep in mind and prioritize as we do all of our work day to day and going forward to achieve all of those outcomes and goals.
All right, and then just some quick additional revisions. So the thought is that we would reframe this as Strategic Plan 2025 to just reflect our close re-engagement with the plan. We'd update, there are some state statistics and demographic information that we would want to update just based on 2025 figures, and a few other revisions along the way here. So next steps are, first is strategy design. So our MSDE team came together on May 9th and then worked since then to develop a number of strategies that are aligned to these outcomes and owners of each of those strategies. We are then taking it to the streets, and we are engaging stakeholders. A very long list of stakeholders will engage with the outcomes that you've seen that Mr. Lasser just went over. And then our aim, our target timeline for now is proposed for the June Education Transformation and Finance Committee to come back for discussion there, and then July, August State Board meeting for a vote for adoption. So with that, we welcome any questions.
Excellent. Thank you very much for the presentation. We'll take questions. I'll start with Dr. Mealy McCarthy, and then we've got Mr. Crawford and Dr. Lewis.
Hi, thank you. This is so well articulated. Thank you. So like laser focus, I went to Pillar 4 on slide 18, where it talks about decreasing the identification of children with disabilities. To me, that sends out the message, gatekeep and do not provide. Scientifically, by the research, we expect about, at least for communication disorders, about 10% of the population, as well as for dyslexia, anywhere from 5 to 17%. For dyscalculia, it's about 8% of the population. So I really would recommend that this is reworded, because people are going to take it as marching orders to not recommend children. In the early 2000s, when the feds came to the states and said you are overrepresented in certain racial groups for children with disabilities, where did they go? They went to children with learning disabilities, and I sat in many IEP meetings where children of color were clearly dyslexic, and they were not being identified because they were told that there was overrepresentation. And so I worry about that. So I think there should be a rewording of that. Something about clear parameters for identification, in that children will not be denied services. I have to think about it, but it sends the wrong message. It sends a gatekeeping message.
You are not alone in that. We've received that feedback as well through the advisory councils, and I think that does need to be reworded. So work together on that.
Thank you. Mr. Crawford.
I like the plan. I like where we're headed. Again, the real power in the plan is whether anybody does anything. I mean, so to me, as we look at this, continue to keep data in front of everyone so people can see. And then the other piece that we talked about a couple of weeks ago was usability. Is there a way to make, my vision is that a parent at home would be able to start to look at data, and from that data have enough information to start asking questions of the local school board, the local superintendent, the state board, the governor. What are you doing? So as you look at this, one of the groups that you may want to try to form is just a group of parents or lay people to get their thoughts about how to present the data in a way that they would understand and be able to take that data and start to have intelligent conversations at the local level, at the state level, around where are we? We're spending a lot of money. So making sure that they have the information necessary to ask the questions.
That's a really good suggestion. You know, I've got a family advisory council that's already formed, so
maybe they could do
that. Would be a great place to take this to bounce that off them.
Yeah,
that's great.
Great, thank you, Dr. Lewis.
I'm going to build on something my esteemed colleague to the right brought up. It's a child-found responsibility of the states and local to identify students with disabilities. So that wording is interesting. I think what you're trying to get at is program, curriculum, teaching, instruction, everything will be so great that students with disabilities will achieve, highly be productive, and all of those good things, right? but it has really nothing to do with their identification. So I don't have suggested language, but I think we need to be really careful of what we're trying to say. And I think it's about wanting our students with disabilities to highly achieve, get the programs they need to meet their needs.
Ms. Medina.
My friend.
Thank you so much. I'm also going to talk about slide 18. And I think where I'm coming from it with what Dr. Lewis and Dr. McCarthy we're starting with is, for me, it's the grouping together of the D and E, right? And I think it's really the conversation about bias. It's not really about decreasing and increasing. It's about the professional development in that identification, bias training, right? Like what's going on with how we are identifying these students and what we're doing afterwards. So I definitely agree that the increase and decrease is not the goal. So I definitely think that having a conversation about what the goal is so that we can word it correctly is important. Thank you again for always including decreasing student counselor ratios. But my last point is with G. I would urge you all to consider with G when it comes to the school psychologist and the school social worker, it's not just about more bodies, really it's about the full time. Because like I remember in my last position, we had formulas, and so I had a different school psychologist on different days of the week. That does not help with forming those relationships and getting the work done. So I think really the goal should be one or more, like full time, as opposed to this person's here point 2, that person's here point 4. Like it doesn't allow for what the real goals and the hopes for those two positions are. So I would really like y'all to kind of have some more discussion about what we're talking about with G. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Clash.
Thank you. I'm really excited about the alignment to the blueprint, the work there, but I'm also wondering about providing space for innovation. Are those considerations being considered or discussed for the strategic plan?
Could you maybe provide an example of what you think? Are you just thinking about like not inside the box, only what the blueprint says? Is that sort of what you're getting at?
More of a framework for innovation for the LEAs. I think there were these innovation labs in the current version, right? So I'm wondering, is that going to be updated, or is it going to evolve as well? The consideration for the innovation labs.
It sounds like that's something we might want to see in the strategies, that space for innovation to getting us to these outcomes, so figuring out how that's threaded. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
the strategies are coming next. I mean, that's what staff's still working on. We just kind of kept it at a high level today so that you would know what the goals and the outcomes that we were looking for. And then strategies are what we are continuing. That's like the action plan, if you will, of how do we get all this accomplished.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Ms. McCusker.
Thank you. I also love the alignment to the pillars. I think that's really important. And I'm going to pick a little bit on slide 18 as well. But only from the implementation standpoint, I want us to make sure that when we are making goals and strategies to accomplish those goals, that they are actually things that we affect. You know, when I look at this, decrease the student counselor ratio in schools, okay, we all want that. Schools have been trying to do that forever. They can't find the human capital isn't there, and right now the regular capital isn't there, right? All schools are talking about right now is, even in this massive infusion of blueprint funds, that they're still having trouble meeting all the things that they want to be able to meet under blueprint. So what are we, if our goal at MSDE and on the state board is to decrease the student counselor ratio in schools, how do we affect that? Because we don't make those types of funding and staffing decisions. The locals make those decisions. So I just want us, while I think that's an amazing goal, and we need it, when we're creating strategies, we have to make sure that we can actually affect these things, because if we're saying this is our goal, we need to have a lever to make that goal reachable. So, and I'm not, I just pulled that out of there, but you know, I'm an implementation person. So if we're going to implement a plan, we have to have the levers that we need to actually like do it. It's like saying, you know, if you do that again, you're going to be punished, and then you don't punish, right? You have to be able to back up what we're saying we're going to do, or we're the ineffective parent.
Thank you. Dr. Johnson.
So, Dr. White, would that be in the strategies that you've indicated before, that what Ms. McCusker is talking about? Will that be indicated? I know at one time we were talking about really attaching numbers instead of saying decrease or increase, actually knowing where we are at this point and how we're going to move those numbers. And I think that's what you're asking for.
I hear two things.
Yeah.
So the answer to your question is yes. I do think we need to attach numbers to these. I think eventually what we wanted to do, which is, can we land on these as outcomes, and then we have to go back and attach numbers, because you're not going to know whether you got there or not unless you know where you started from. So that's a really good point, Dr. Johnson. And I think the strategies is what staff is continuing to work on now. And I didn't want them to get ahead of you, because if anything changed drastically, then that would be work that was lost. So what we're trying to do now is get a sense of you. Are you good on the outcomes part? And then knowing that we've got to add the data, knowing we've got to add the strategies to meet those outcomes. Yeah, if that helps.
Good. Mr. Chesterfield.
My concern always will go back to number C, simply because of the area in which I come from, the county that I'm in, and I'm wondering if that's when you say all schools, whether or not we have taken into account areas such as the county where some of the absenteeism is even up to over 50%. And I think that's something that we have to be extremely careful about in terms of just saying all schools, decrease it in all schools. There's a lot of things that happen on that side that deals with parents, kids, and I don't, not that I don't want to see it happen, but it's going to be a tough ride, if you understand what I'm saying.
So this was an aligned metric that both the AIB and the board approved. And we have taken a position to try and reduce chronic absenteeism by 50% within the next 2 years. Because right now, our statewide chronic absenteeism rate is at 30% statewide. And so we committed to trying reducing that to 15% within the next 2 years. So chronic absenteeism is a real issue across, not only across our state, but across the nation, to be quite honest. So this was an agreement between both AIB and the board.
Other questions, comments? Ms. Chang.
I think with all the feedbacks, yeah, we just need to well define the SMART goal, like putting the number and the time frame, so we can kind of monitor the data when it comes in, so we have a baseline and then how fast we are approaching our goals. Thank you.
Great. Question and other questions or comments? Question and a comment from me. First question. I'm sorry. Man, I forgot what I was going to say. That's okay. Oh, here we go. Really want to, you're picking up where Clarence left off on how we keep the data in front of us. When this comes back to the board, one of the things I'd request is that we have a rollout. You know, we don't need to pin it down, you know, and hold you to it per se, but I'd like to know, you know, approximately what month of the year, will we have a data book on this? How do we keep this, in front view and not be lagging? When will this all be compiled together? That's a request as it comes back in full. I know it's going to take a little bit of time to think about. Accountability team's going to have to figure out when this data is available and how do we roll it up and wrap. But I think that's going to be really important. And the second, is a question. Thinking about the incoming, where we started this conversation, this is all the right work. I think we're now doing our part to get our key indicators lined up with the blueprint, our strategic plan lined up with the blueprint. We have the jointly adopted indicators. These line up very tightly with that. The question for me outstanding is, where is the work of the outcomes measure work group of the AIB, and how does that play into this? Is there going to be more incoming in different directions as it pertains to the blueprint? Happy for you to answer it now, or happy for you to bring an answer back when you come back to us in committee.
I think I can connect with one of our deputies who sits on a standing meeting with the AIB to give a more thorough answer to that.
And the one thing I want to bring to everybody's attention too, our system of collecting data is rather outdated, so I just need to put that out there. And for like chronic absenteeism, for example, we were currently only collecting absenteeism 3 times a year. Well, that is not enough to impact any school district in terms of trying to address chronic absenteeism. So when you're not getting your data until October, November, and then again in March, and then again in June, like whatever the time is. So I've charged Jeff Sanderson and his team with seeing what we can do to change some of the data collection that we're getting from the districts. And that's just one example, because I could go through a lot of examples of when, we're not going to have data. We're trying to push the data up earlier, getting assessment data, late in the fall and in the winter for accountability to me is just way too late. So part of what we're up against is this system that we're dealing with and how we are collecting data. So just know that that's in the background, and may have to be addressed at some point budgetarily.
Great. All right, any other questions or comments? All right, thank you very much. All right, with that, we're going to prepare to go to executive session pursuant to Section 3305B1 and B7 of the General Provisions Article of the Annotated Code of Maryland. The State Board will adjourn to executive session to discuss the following: 9 appeals, personnel matters, and board leadership update. I'm going to say, Zach, what time are we coming back? 1:30? Okay, we'll come back at approximately 1:30. And just asking board members, we're just hang back for a second before we head up. All right, thank you very much. Is there a motion to adjourn to executive session? Mr. Greer, second. Dr. Mueller McCarthy, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. All right. Great. All right. We're excited to come back to open session for our meeting, the State Board of Education, here with our afternoon agenda. First up, we have a presentation on COMAR 13A 0712, criteria for disqualification of substitutes. This policy, and I know we'll get more of this, comes on the heels of all of the work that we had done last year around licensure and really just aligning those pieces down with this COMAR. So looking forward to this presentation. We'll get an update from Ms. McCusker on review from the committee, but I'll turn it over to Dr. Wright.
Kelly Meadows is going to be doing the presentation, and at the end we are going to request that the State Board grant permission to publish amendments to regulations under COMAR 13A 0712, disciplinary action.
Thank you. So absolutely, as Dr. Michael stated, the purpose of this amendment is to align to our recently repealed and replaced licensure amendments. And if you'll recall, that was a huge package of amendments, one of which was the chapter that outlines disciplinary action and denials, suspensions, and revocations of licensure. So this particular disqualification criteria for substitute teachers has always been aligned to those same causes where we would take action against a license. And so since we updated those, we amended those regulations, we want to make sure that they are realigned with these. There are two main changes. There is an additional cause that you'll see. It's highlighted. It is A13, and it's sexual offense in the 3rd or 4th degree. Again, that was new in the licensure regulations. It's new here now as a cause for disqualification. The second change that you're going to see, again, is something we did in the licensure regulations where we've separated the causes for resigning amidst allegations of student misconduct and being terminated amidst allegations of student misconduct, whereas the termination does require that it is substantiated and the resignation does not. So you're going to see that those things were separated out. And that is the extent of the amendments.
Thank you very much. Ms. McCusker.
The Education Policy Committee met on this COMAR item at our last meeting, and we unanimously recommend permission to publish.
Okay. Are there any? Is there any further discussion on this regulation? Okay. The state superintendent is requesting that the state board grant permission to publish amendments to regulations under COMAR 13A 0712, criteria for disqualification of substitutes. Is there a motion to that? Okay, Dr. Lewis, is there a second? Mr. Crawford, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you very much. All right, the next item is State Board Resolution 2501 for consideration on charter school funding. A few brief comments, and then we'll move into review of the resolution itself. 20 years ago, colleagues, 20 years ago this month, just 3 days ago, the Maryland State Board of Education issued City Neighbors Charter School versus Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners. In that decision, the State Board attempted to resolve a dispute as to the appropriate distribution of funds to City Neighbors, a brand new charter school in Baltimore City. At question in this decision was the meaning of the state law, Section 9109 of the Education Article, which reads, "A county board shall disperse to a public charter school an amount of county, state, and federal money for elementary, middle, and secondary students that is commensurate with the amount dispersed to other public schools in the local jurisdiction." The law provides no further clarification, no formula, no specifications. In the decision 20 years ago, the board introduced a process that was carefully developed, piecing together the meaning and intent of the law adopted 2 years earlier during the 2003 session. Where the legislature left room for great interpretation, the board exercised its statutory authority to interpret the meaning and intent of the education article, attempting to bring structure and clarity to the law by introducing a process for determining commensurate school funding, known in shorthand as the 2% rule. The Washington Post covered the board decision 20 years ago, and I'll read a couple quotes from that time. It said, "The real problem," State Board President Root said, "lies in the law itself," which he called notable, quote, "for its lack of clarity. There's probably a general feeling that this law is going to have to be revisited," he said. State Superintendent of Schools Nancy S. Grasmick acknowledged that the funding formulas for charters probably will be changed. Again, this was 20 years ago. And despite 2 decades of passing time, countless appeals, we stand in the same place we did 20 years ago with an ambiguous law and no regulations on the books. The lack of specificity in the statute and the absence of regulation has meant that too often the only way to resolve disputes relating to public charter schools, whether pertaining to funding, the application process, or other matters, was to come to the State Board of Education through a legal appeal. This has been costly in time and money for local school districts, charter schools, and the State Board. In some cases, these matters went further to the courts. It is hard to think of another area of policy where this is the case. Here's the point. This is and has been an institutional failure for the State Board, MSDE, and state policymakers. After 20 years of a patchwork policy derived from board decisions, this board, standing on its commitment to transparency and accountability, we will seek to bring clarity in school funding for charter schools. This board has and will continue to move with transparency, accountability, and partnership. We have and we will continue to take hard issues head on. Charter school funding is no exception. In December, this board issued a decision in the matter of commensurate funding for Frederick County charter schools. In that decision, we outlined guiding principles for calculating charter school funding in the era of the blueprint for Maryland's future, consistent with long-held precedent on commensurate school funding for charter schools. We knew at that time that the decision issued would provide the rules and framework for charter school funding across the state for the upcoming 2025-26 school year. Earlier this month, Dr. Wright issued a memo to local superintendents stating provisions from the decision in plain language. Dr. Wright issued another round of guidance this morning, providing even more clarity as to the meaning of the decision based upon further feedback from involved parties. To be clear, these superintendent guidance in form of memos do not create new policy. Instead, they state plainly the legal precedent and meaning of the education article that all districts and charter schools are to follow as it pertains to commensurate school funding. In that December decision, we also called for the development of regulations that will provide more comprehensive and clear guidance on charter school funding, and we charged the superintendent to establish a work group to resolve these matters. Today, our board will consider a resolution that simply endorses our alignment and agreement with the issued state superintendent guidance documents so that there can be no confusion as to the meaning of the December 2024 decision of this board. Those documents and today's resolution do not issue new policy. They simply reiterate in plain words the meaning and intent of the law and the accompanying rules outlined by the State Board of Education through its decisions. These decisions are not suggestions. They are to be followed with good faith and fidelity. The Supreme Court of Maryland has expressly affirmed the State Board's legal authority and approach when the matter of charter school funding was fully examined in 2017. At the same time, the State Board awaits the superintendent's recommended regulations on this matter, resulting from the input provided from the convened work group charged with regulatory recommendations. These prospective regulations will supersede any preceding decisions on charter school funding and operations. Policy matters addressed in recent decisions or guidance documents are up for further consideration as part of the regulatory adoption process. They are not considered settled matters based upon today's action as we look forward to regulations. Our action today is intended to state plainly the rules and expectations outlined through board precedent and the most recent December 2024 decision, and not to affirm that the board and superintendent, and to affirm that the board and superintendent are on one accord. Nothing more. It is our most sincere intention to have adopted regulations in time for the budget cycle for school year 2026-27, and we invite all stakeholders to engage in good faith in that process. This will involve both policy development and adoption as we move towards an era of heightened clarity, transparency, and fairness, so that we can refocus our efforts on supporting students and improving their achievement. Thank you. At this time, I'll turn it over to Mr. Hands, who can read the resolution for us. Mr. Hands?
Thank you, Dr. Michael. Resolution of the Maryland State Board of Education 25-01, adoption of guidance on commensurate funding for charter schools. Whereas the Maryland State Board of Education recognizes the importance of equitable funding for charter schools to ensure that all students have access to quality education, whereas it is a long-standing requirement for local boards of education to disperse to a public charter school an amount of county, state, and federal money for elementary, middle, and secondary students that is commensurate with the amount dispersed to other public schools in the local jurisdiction, whereas the Blueprint for Maryland's Future has recognized the importance of ensuring per pupil funding reaches the students it is intended to help, and as a result, requires local boards of education to distribute to each public school in the local jurisdiction minimum school funding amounts for applicable programs. Whereas the State Board has reviewed the memorandum issued by State Superintendent of Schools Carrie M. Wright on May 1st, 2025, providing guidance on the formula for calculating commensurate funding for charter schools. Whereas the State Board has reviewed the memorandum issued by the State Superintendent on May 29th, 2025, providing further guidance on the proportionate allocation of Blueprint funding to charter schools consistent with the eligibility of their student populations. Whereas the superintendent's memoranda on these topics are incorporated by reference and attached hereto, and whereas the State Board has acknowledged the need for developing regulations to provide comprehensive guidance on charter school funding and understands that the proposal in development now will not be completed before local education agencies approve their fiscal year 2026 budgets. Now, therefore, the Maryland State Board of Education, by virtue of the authority vested in it by the laws of Maryland, including but not limited to Title II of the Education Article, does hereby resolve: 1, the State Board adopts the memoranda issued by the State Superintendent as the State Board's guidance on commensurate funding for charter schools. This guidance shall be in effect while the State Board continues to develop regulations in accordance with the principles outlined in its prior decisions. 2, the State Board directs all local education agencies to adhere to the guidance provided in the memoranda, ensuring that charter schools receive a proportionate share of all revenues for which they and their student populations are eligible, unless there is a specified deduction or in-kind services have been negotiated. And 3, to inform the development of regulations on charter school funding, the State Superintendent shall request each local board of education with charter schools to submit to the Maryland State Department of Education no later than July 31st, 2025, and each year thereafter, the following information: A, the methodology that it uses for calculating commensurate funding; B, school-level budget data for fiscal year 2026; C, an explanation of any variations between traditional and charter schools in their final per-pupil allocations, including any differences in their student profiles that would impact the applicable Blueprint funding streams; and D, policy or funding topics local boards would like additional clarification from the State Board on related to charter schools.
Thank you, Mr. Hands. At this time, open it up for any questions or comments as it pertains to the memo, up to the resolution here. Ms. McCusker.
Thank you. So as we are moving towards the actual policy regulations that we're moving forward, something that I would like to see further clarity on is the things that can be negotiated. What are the things that can be negotiated? Because we've said that, you know, there's this certain percentage that comes off the top for the, what is it, non-distributable?
Yeah, there are two.
Yeah.
There
right.
are two non-distributable.
Yeah, two not, so.
Adult education and debt service.
Okay, so that, and then we say that you can negotiate for these other services, you know, whether or not that comes off the top, or you can negotiate them. I would love to see some clarity in regulation on what's considered negotiable. What are those services that could be negotiated? So that there is some uniformity to that, so that we don't have some districts negotiating some costs and pulling money away where others aren't, or I think there needs to be some uniformity there. And is the committee still meeting? Are you guys still working on that?
Yes, that committee is under Mary Gable's leadership, and that committee is meeting through fall,
Okay.
and we are hoping to have the regs to you at your December meeting, not for final approval, obviously, but for publication.
Okay. Yes, I would just like to see some more clarity there, you know, what's being done with the cost of special ed and all of
Correct.
those different things. I would love to see that a little bit more delineated.
Perfect. Thank you.
Other questions? Dr. Johnson.
Dr. White, I would also like to know if they're included in that study that the committee is conducting. Is there work around the impact of charter school funding on traditional schools? What's the impact of the funds that are used to fund our charters, and how does that impact traditional schools? And I shared with my colleague here that I remember that in Baltimore City Public Schools, when a charter school and a traditional school shared a building, the traditional students were not engaged in the different activities that the charter schools were. The charter schools had visual arts, full-time teacher. They had a full-time music teacher, instrumental teacher, arts teacher, where the traditional schools could only afford a 0.5 PE teacher or a 0.5 music teacher. So how are we looking at the impact of that funding on traditional schools too?
Mr. Greer.
Thank you to the team who's done this work to reiterate our position on this. So thank you, Mr. Dunklo, and council and everybody else. I think that, well, I'll just say, I applaud this board's efforts towards transparency, which I think is the right direction to go. We need to ensure that there's an accounting for what is being spent, how it's being spent, districts, and helping and ensuring that districts or LEAs are clear so that charters know what they're opting into, what they're not, and that they're at the negotiating table. I would echo Ms. McCusker's note about a need for further understanding of what is on that negotiating table. And I think that there is something to be seen or really better understood as we go back to this work on the debt service that we're asking charter schools to own across the board. And I just want to understand more about how that is built in terms of it to me feels like a double charging for schools that are already buying their facilities and managing their facilities. And so I don't quite understand that, and I just want to discover and learn more as we go. I know it's a wiry and hairy issue, and I think there's just something to be explored further in that transparency.
Thank you. I should have said also that on the committee are charter school representatives
Yeah.
as well as regular school traditional school representatives, as well as staff. So it's a variety of people across the state and in different jurisdictions.
Yep, great.
Thank you, Mr. Greer. Dr. Johnson?
I just wanted to add to that. In some districts, there are quite a few charter schools. In other districts, there may be 1 or 2 charter schools. So the impact is going to be different for both. So how do we take that into consideration? Just to think about.
I think to that point, Dr. Johnson, right, in 2/3 of our charter schools in the state operate out of Baltimore City Public Schools, as you well know, representing about 20% of the students. I don't know that the law contemplated what support for 1/5 of the district looked like operating as charter schools. And so I just want to emphasize the point that you've made there. Great. Are there other points of discussion on this topic or questions? Okay. With that, then, is there a motion that anybody'd like to make as it pertains to the state board resolution? Mr. Crawford? Okay, a motion to adopt State Board Resolution 2501, guidance on commensurate funding for charter schools. Is there a second? Dr. Lewis? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. That's fine. All right. Let's do it. We'll do it one more time. We'll do a roll call all the way through. That's fine. And I do want to encourage folks, and we can discuss this, but to be in a yay or nay position unless there's a real reason that's going to conflict you out. With that said, respect your ability to make a choice, but would encourage people to be in a place of, unless there's a reason to be conflicted out, to be in a position there of yay or nay. All those in, we have a roll call? Oh, a point of clarification?
As I understand this resolution, its purpose is simply to reiterate our legal appeals decision, the guidance that we gave in December, which has piggybacked into the guidance that Dr. Wright has given. So as I understand this resolution, it is simply reaffirming what we said in December and giving the weight of, giving our weight to the words of Dr. Wright so that it is understood that it is supporting what we already decided was the way this was going to happen.
Okay.
Am I correct?
Yes, that's my understanding. Dr.
Thank you.
Johnson?
And in lieu of Mrs. McCuskey's remarks, do we really need to take a vote?
Well,
Yeah, it's not presented as a resolution. But it's something we already voted.
Yeah, we have to take a vote.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we've already,
all right, so let's bring it back. So we've got a motion on the table, and we're going to open it up for discussion a little bit more here. Dr. Johnson's raised a question of whether we need to actually pass a resolution to restate the things that we've already said. Now, I think what I would, and I'll respond on this, that we are saying different words than what was said. The feedback we've received from December is that our decision was very convoluted, hard to understand, that the statements were made were not clear. And so the superintendent's action has been to try to bring clarity in a synthesized way. They are different words. The intent is to be the same meaning. So I would argue that an affirmative action for us to confirm that these new words we believe represent our intent from December is an important statement to be made. So I would offer that. Is there further discussion?
By point of, actually, just a question. Can I name why I was going to abstain? In process order? Like,
yeah, if you want to talk about it now, that's fine.
Okay. I mean, it doesn't, if that's not
Yeah,
relevant.
if you want to introduce how you're feeling about it, that's fine now.
I mean, the only reason that I was naming the abstention, and I hear why we want to go yay or nay, which kind of puts us on one side or the other, was just because it helps. I think we're reaffirming what we had already said, and we're naming something that needs to go back to the hard work which is being done right now in committee to actually define this in policy. And I'm just sort of saying, I want to get there. I think what we're saying here is exactly what we said before, which is fine. I do think we need to clarify it. I agree with all of that. I think we're using every tool we have in our belt to be able to do that, to ensure that districts have what they need in order to make that true. So the resolution for me is correct. I'm naming that I just want to get to the policy. And I know it takes time.
Okay.
That's all.
So I think the clarification is helpful. An abstention here that's not conflicted has the impact of a no vote, right? Because we don't lower the vote count. It's a no. It's essentially, effectively, a no vote. I think we should open it up. If the board feels like the resolution is not the move we want to take, we should have that discussion. If we feel like it's unnecessary, then we should do that. If you're opposed to the direction we're moving, we should vote no. But I think kind of sitting this one out, I think is, the intent here is not to introduce new. And if there's something we want to debate on the merits of it, then I'd invite us, to edit it as well. But I think we should move, Samir, Mr. Paul, excuse me.
We're friends.
Yeah.
I think one of the most important pieces in the actual text of the resolution is the acknowledgement of the need for real regs. And so I share your feeling, and I'm satisfied with the extent to which this resolution is a reiteration of what we've already declared, a clarification, adopting a clarification, and acknowledges the very real work to be done, the substantive work to be done as we move forward.
Did you? Okay, are there other comments? You ready? Ms. Medina?
I was just going to say that I think the discussion and the clarification was helpful, and if there's no further discussion, I would like to reintroduce the motion to pass the resolution.
Okay.
As is written.
So I have a motion from Ms. Medina. Is there a second?
Second.
Dr. Lewis? All right. Okay, we're going to move to vote. We're going to do a roll call, and I can lead this one. We'll go ahead and start with Ms. Chang.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Chesterfield.
Yes.
Mr. Clash is not present. Mr. Crawford.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Gadam.
Yes.
Mr. Greer.
Yes.
Dr. Johnson.
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Lewis.
Yes.
Dr. Mealy McCarthy.
Yes.
Ms. McCusker.
Yes.
Ms. Medina.
Yes.
Mr. Paul.
Yes.
Dr. Goldson.
Yes.
And I'm yes as well. Okay. So that passes. We're 13-0-1 absent. Okay. Very good. Clarification useful. All right. Well, good. Excellent. All right. Very good. All right. So we're going to move to the next part of our agenda at this time. Next up, we have a KRA update, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Wright for our introduction.
Yes, as you will recall, I guess it was spring of last year, I want to say, when the study came back out around the KRA that we were continuing to use, and the concern around parts of the bias that was outlined in the study, we made the decision to put out a new RFP for a new KRA. That KRA, we decided to use this as kind of like the gear up year, so it will be administered for the first time in the fall of this year. But we have been working with our districts and our teachers in a different way this year to kind of get them to know what's in the KRA, what to anticipate, and then we also have training that's planned for this summer. So I'd like to invite, is it Erica McCrae to come up? And Jeff, are you, oh, Tim is, all right, I'm wrong on all counts. So Tim Guy is coming up. Tim is our Assistant Superintendent over assessment, and so he's going to bring you up to date on where we are with the KRA and kind of give you some background on what's been going on. Tim.
Great. Let's see if this is working. Yes, it is. So thanks for having me. I'm pleased to meet you all. So we're going to go through very quickly a brief update on that implementation that Dr. Wright mentioned. We'll start with just an overall kind of setup of the assessment. So it's broken into three major parts for the KRA, where we have a 10-minute early literacy, the STAR Early Literacy through Renaissance, and then STAR Math, which is a 20-minute mathematics assessment. Both of those are available in English and Spanish versions. And then there's a social emotional called SABERS, the Social Academic Emotional Behavioral Risk Screener, which is a questionnaire that the teacher answers related to each one of the students that are in their class based on classroom observations. The interesting thing with the STAR Literacy and the STAR Math is that those are both able to be done in groups because they're computer delivered, so they can be given in small groups. They can also be given in individualized nature if they need to for accommodations or other needs for students. Right. The other component that we have is the early learning assessment. So this is optional for pre-kindergarten students, and it's not only for our public pre-K, we also have the private providers can also utilize this, but it's optional, so they're opting into this, and it's a 10-minute computer adaptive assessment. And then there's a second part, which is the Pro Ladder, which is similar to, it's an observational checklist and looking at the foundational skills and social emotional components that are similar to the eventual KRA. So to give you kind of an example of what the computer delivered items look like, here's a STAR assessment format. It's like letter identification. So students are identifying the letter K from those selections below. They have a auditory, there's a play of like what the actual question is, and then they can click that listen button and go over and over again if they want to hear the prompt to actually answer the question. And then some of the questions have, like this is a math question where the question is written out, but they're also getting that auditory prompt if they aren't not reading yet. And so this one is how many squares are there, and they're just selecting the number of squares based on their prior knowledge. The other thing that happens with the listen is it's meant to prompt them for key information that's part of the prompt so that they know that there's something they're supposed to be listening to that's critical to the answering of the question. So professional learning is critical. So we've got a great opportunity because we took a pause this year to get it right, to provide some additional professional learning related to the reports that are going to be coming out of this system, as well as delivery of the assessment. So the way we started this process is the team delivered 3-hour overview sessions that are in these regional meetings. There's also video inputs. There's a lot of repetition and opportunities for people that have missed an opportunity to come back and to view those again. There's also going to be virtual sessions in August for new staff that were not part of the original rollout with the districts or the administrators that are at the school level. Test administrator training will primarily take place in August, so there will be opportunities in the pre-service week that will be delivering videos and other resources to school systems to deliver that training to teachers so that they can get started right out of the gate with the delivery of the assessment. And then, of course, there'll be on-demand trainings for people that have missed something or need to come back to revisit those trainings, because we know that's an extremely busy time of year, and we're filling positions right up until students are entering the building. So the updated timeline, so the fall administration will begin in August. Basically, there's a period of time before the school year starts where some administration components can be delivered. And then we will have our window go up until October 10th, which is actually in COMAR. And so we have to end that window on October 10th, and then we have reporting afterwards to deliver the data back to the school systems. And then there's optional administration windows that are part of this package that will be new, where they can basically use this as a progress monitoring, where staff can then come back and revisit and give the assessment in the winter and the spring to see what progress students have made on these skills that the students demonstrated at the beginning of the school year. There's no public reporting for those optional windows, but we will have access as a state to that data set for kind of our own understanding of where the students are progressing towards. And then they can continue so that's, I already said that part. So from training to pilot, the assessments are quick to administer, so that's been the feedback from the staff that have been looking at those. The administration is flexible, so it fits into the regular kindergarten schedule, so they can do small groups to actually deliver the assessment and bring students back for the other observational components. Data is, the important part is that on those previous slides you saw that public reporting is 45 days. That's not for the teacher. The teacher is basically delivering the assessment. They're getting that feedback right away so that they're able to then see what skills the student might be missing that are then needed for then that classroom instruction. And many schools are interested in the through progress monitoring. We'll see how many actually take advantage of that as we get into the next school year. And then, of course, there's going to be additional support with interpreting reports and the things that come out of this. And then, of course, parent reporting. We want to make sure that everybody has a good understanding of the reports that come out so that we get the most utilization of the data so that we can then progress through that year and end with students really being ready for that first grade entry. And then one last component is the Ready to Read Act. So a great feature that is going to be part of this package is that the Ready to Read Act requires that we screen students in kindergarten, and then if they do not pass that screen or they don't meet in that screener, then they have to continue to be screened throughout those initial years. So the STAR CBM, which is the curriculum-based monitoring, I'll have to check on the acronym, but the STAR CBM is curriculum based. So the STAR CBM actually fulfills the Ready to Read Act, so we're able to do the last few components that are not in the STAR Literacy. So the STAR Literacy has most of it, and then we add the STAR CBM, and it can actually be used as the screener. It doesn't prohibit school systems from still continuing to use their existing screener, so many use a product that's already in place, and they may have already developed people to use that data set, so they don't have to go with this, but it is an option so that we can kind of consolidate that process and fulfill that Ready to Read Act component while they're actually doing the rest of the monitoring that is occurring in that yearly progress monitoring option for KRA. Right, and I think that is it.
Excellent. Thank you very much for this update. Questions or comments from members of the board? Mr. Greer.
Thank you. Great. Thank you, Mr. Guy. The early childhood education work group got an opportunity to take a look at this, which was fun to look and see and hear from our stakeholders across the early childhood landscape. And I just have a few questions related to it. The first is a personal one that is probably a little simple. Why do we call this the KRA if we give it when students are already in kindergarten?
Well, it is at the entry to kindergarten.
It's at the beginning.
It's at the beginning. Yeah. So that's why.
Okay. All right. Fair.
If it was at the end, then
I think the point I'm heading towards is one of the questions that was asked during that work group was, what would it take to actually allow early child care providers to be able to provide some portions of this battery, including or probably specifically like pro ladder or something like that, and to do it for 3-year-olds or 4-year-olds just to understand where they're at.
And they do have that option.
They do?
So, yes.
Okay.
So the early learning assessment is available to those private providers as well as the public providers.
Okay, all, including like family child care? Like small providers?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, great.
Checking.
Fantastic. So simple question, answered, love it. And clarified.
While we're on that, can you just talk for a second about the alignment between ELA and the KRA on this? Like, are these separate assessments? Are they aligned? Are they connected? Talk to us a little bit about that.
Do you want? I'll help invite Emily Oliver up to actually speak to that because she will have the detail piece. While she's walking up, they're all from the same vendor, first off, so that is a plus that we know that we have that alignment, and it's within the same system, so that also helps us with consolidation of like thinking around like the actual assessment delivery.
Yeah, Thank you. Hi, my name is Emily Oliver. I'm the project manager for KRA and ELA. So as Tim talked about, the KRA has 3 components and the ELA has 2. One of those components is the same across both, which is the Computer Adaptive Early Literacy Assessment. So that is the exact same assessment. It's on the same growth scale. So if schools opt into that, they'll be able to see across those 2 years. If private providers use it and then that student goes to a public school for kindergarten, we'll be able to see that data follow them from year to year. The Pro Ladder is slightly different, but it still provides useful information for the schools.
And then, so very helpful, thank you. And then I would like to continue to urge the team in whatever, I know there's probably tons of barriers here, but if we can make any inroads with the medical community and actually have pediatricians also able to, or the team of pediatricians during wellness visits to be able to deliver this. If it's a 10-minute assessment, right, it's pretty simple. If that's a possibility, we can actually capture even more students who are in the 3 and 4-year-old in their annual visits, leading into, for those who are not actually in early childcare. So.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Greer. Other questions? Ms. McCusker.
Thank you. My question is a very practical question. So when they give the computer portion of the assessment to students, is it like the MCAP where they all have their own little individual login that is attached to them? And so are preschool and kindergarten teachers trying to put in all these different numbers? We're certainly not going to expect them to do it. So from a very practical standpoint, how are we managing putting large numbers of really small kids on a computer to track their data?
Sure. So most of our districts use a single sign-on service like Clever or ClassLink. So it is integrated through that. It just will create a button for Renaissance. The teacher clicks that and it will, know which student it is. So it makes it much faster.
Okay. So they'll be able to go in through their Clever. Mm-hmm. Okay. But even then the kids have their own sign-in to get onto Clever.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just thinking through the logistics of that, and I have watched my 3rd graders because I have a computer program I can use as a resource, and I have watched them in the early part of the year try to log into their Clever, and it's painful. It is absolutely painful, and I'm thinking, oh my gosh, with kindergartners, from a practical standpoint, how painful is this going to be? Or you're telling me it's not all that painful?
And, the districts are creative. A lot of them have QR codes for the young students that can be held up to the camera to make it faster.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. Great. Thank you.
Great. Ms. Chang.
Thank you for sharing this new assessment tools. And it does say reference of the time limit for the assessment. Is it really kind of limited to 10 minutes, or it's kind of very liberal? Because for younger kids, their attention span, sometimes they just wander off, spend 5 minutes, but only have 5 minutes focus on the assessment.
10 minutes is an estimate. That's how long it takes most students. Mm-hmm. We do not cut it off at 10 minutes. Each item does have a time limit, but extended times available. All of those accommodations are available for students as well, but that's just an estimate of how long it takes most students.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Johnson.
Have we built in also in this system the possibility of teachers using hard copies? I'm just thinking that every child may not be ready to use a computer in this manner.
Yes, there is a paper version available, and we worked closely with the special ed office to create some specific guidance both for students with disabilities and multilingual learners, and that will go out to the districts next month.
I think the other important note there is that many of our students in kindergarten have not fully developed their accommodation needs. And so we want to have flexibility as much as possible in delivery of the assessment that allows the teacher to determine that flexibility kind of on the fly, as opposed to having strict restricted accommodations because of the fact that they haven't been in our systems as long as many other students that have then developed those accommodation sets.
Great. Other questions? Ms. Chang.
Sorry, I missed my second question. Just out of my mind. Yeah, how about the students' social emotional learning? I don't think it can be that scientific assessment like this assessment tool. How do you accommodate that?
So that's where the observational component comes in. There's 19 questions that the teacher is utilizing. It's not like a one moment that they sit down with a student and answer those observational pieces. It's meant to be done over the time that they're providing instructional and services throughout the regular instructional day, and they're observing those 19 components to then fill out that questionnaire, which then it basically allows them to say they've observed this or not observed this, or in different like rankings there, and then that's where that score is derived from. It's not something that they're taking a survey on. The student is not taking the survey. The teacher's taking the survey about the students in their class after having some time to observe them.
Yeah. So, is there any kind of time range that by how many weeks that this needs to be done completely?
Yeah, so the assessment window goes until October 10th, but it's recommended that the teacher has known the student for 30 days before they fill out that observational screener.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's right, Dr. Lewis. Thank you.
I'm going back to the testing accommodations. We talked about print. We talked about extended time. Will that data be collected in some way so we know how many students use print copies, how many needed extended time? Okay, great, thank you.
All right, last is just a question, don't need an answer. Our regulations talk about these assessments starting as early as June. Is that going to be the practice, or are we really focusing this at entry for the school year?
So the assessment window will open on August 1st based on what we have done in the past. That's typically been when we started it. This year, that will be a little bit difficult as we're still getting teachers trained, but we will be opening it August 1st.
I just ask that we bring back a regulation update, thank you, so that we can just get that in line with what we're actually doing.
Yeah, totally agree. And as we see whether the consolidated testing time and able to be delivered in small groups, as we start to get feedback from the field about how efficiently that can be delivered. I know that the regulations were modified the first time to extend that because there was so much individualized administration that needed to be done. And so we can definitely bring that back when we have that feedback. Thanks.
Great. All right. Any other questions, comments? Thank you very much. All right, we have no afternoon public comment today, so we'll jump straight into State Board business. The first item is updates on committee reports and other updates. Let me start with Mr. Crawford. Any updates from Transformation and Finance?
No, other than
can't hear you.
The only update is just providing the date and time for our next meeting. That will be on June the 10th at 4 o'clock.
Thank you very much. Ms. McCusker, Ed Policy.
We'll be meeting on Thursday, June 12th at 4 o'clock, and I believe we are taking up reading and math standards, correct?
Yeah.
So should be a lively meeting. Please join us.
Can we take a moment? Just want to acknowledge for the public that we do have out for public comment right now for the public on the standards. This has been an extensive process reviewing the standards that the department has been undertaking. Much of that work is posted online in terms of the process, and they're now out for review for public comment. And then we'll go through our deliberations as a board beginning in June on these. I just remind for the board we are behind schedule getting these done, which is why they're all coming at once. Dr. Wright, they've been over a decade on these? Yes. Yes. Really since the beginning of Common Core. The future, they will not all come at once, but the idea is for them to be cycled on a regular basis.
Yeah. Thank you for noting that. The team has been working really hard to try and get this all done, and realize also that we are doing this also in preparation for the new RFP that's gone out for the assessment, the new statewide assessment. That has been undergoing, we've got the applications are in, the evaluations, the team is working on the evaluations as we speak, and we'll hopefully have some news for you for the June meeting. But the beauty of having all these done is that now these will be the handoff to the vendor. So as the items are being developed that children will be tested on, they will be tested on the most recent standards the most current standards that we have. So the alignment's perfect.
Great. All right, last, we've got a work group update from Mr. Greer on the Early Childhood Education and Care Work Group. Thank you, Mr. Greer. You have a few comments and updates?
Yeah, we just had a meeting last week, as I mentioned in the last agenda item. We don't have a date fully settled for our next meeting, but it will be next quarter. We're meeting quarterly. Heard a lot from different stakeholders. It's a really great meeting. So,
thank you, Mr. Greer.
Yeah.
All right. Dr. Lewis.
Sorry, I'm going backwards, but will we get public comment on the regulations, the math and
the
standards, the math and language arts standards prior to the policy meeting?
Yes, I have communicated with Dr. Wright's team about getting public comment in their totality to the board in advance of the meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's our expectation that anytime that something goes out, when it comes back to you, you will get a list always of all the public comments. And then you should also see whether we have accepted the comment or not. And if we have, it will say so. And if we haven't, it will also say why not. So you'll have a rationale for acceptance or non-acceptance.
Getting those a couple days prior to the committee meeting would be highly beneficial.
And that committee meeting date again is the 12th. Okay.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right. Great. Future agenda items. Well, I'm looking forward to the strategic plan, and I'll just add, for me, I really want to encourage us to be shaping the work of the board after we really kind of endorse this next strategic plan, that we really shape the work of our meeting to that strategic plan. Everything we do, Dr. Wright, you've talked about this previously, but how do we continue to really hone what we're doing to be aligned to that? So something I'd like for us to be thinking about.
Yep.
Other topics? Okay, Mr. Dunklow, have a few opinions.
Thank you, President Michael. We have 5 opinions and 4 orders to announce. AB versus Montgomery County Board of Education. This was an appeal of the local board's decision to deny a student transfer. The state board has affirmed the local board's decision. Troy Brittingham versus Somerset County Board of Education. This was an appeal of a local board's decision to terminate a bus transportation services contract. The state board remanded this matter to the local board. EC and MK versus Montgomery County Board of Education. This was an appeal of the local board's decision to deny a bullying complaint. The state board affirmed the local board's decision. There was a second appeal from EC and MK versus Montgomery County Board of Education regarding the local board's denial of a school discipline complaint, and the state board affirmed the local board's decision there as well. JD et al. Versus Anne Arundel County Board of Education. This was an appeal of the local board's decision denying a request for relocation of a school bus stop. The state board affirmed the local board's decision. And then in terms of orders, Barry Leibowitz versus Montgomery County Board of Education. The appellant requested reconsideration of the state board's March 25th order dismissing the case for lack of jurisdiction. The motion for reconsideration has been denied. Pamela Oliver versus Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners. The appellant filed a grievance charging a violation of the collective bargaining agreement, but that agreement does not provide for an appeal to the state board, so this appeal has been dismissed for lack of jurisdiction. Stephen Price versus Howard County Board of Education. The appellant's termination appeal was stayed pending an action in the U.S. District Court. The parties have advised that the issues are distinct and requested to proceed, so the stay in that case has been lifted as requested. And CS versus Montgomery County Board of Education. The appellant challenged the denial of a change of school assignment request. The student has since been admitted to that program, so this appeal has been dismissed for mootness.
All right. Thank you very much. At this time, we have no further business. Is there a motion to adjourn? Mr. Chesterfield? And is there a second? Dr. Mealy McCarthy. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye, raising your hand. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, this meeting is adjourned.